Very good morning to all of you. Just 2 minutes. Okay. All freshen up very clear. Did you see the schedule, how we are preparing the GST and income tax? Is there any confusion in that? Then please ask. Just 2 minutes. 1 second. Live chat is on there also. Here also you can ask. Okay. Right. So yesterday we have done the amendments of GST. Tax amendments I had asked you to revise before you sleep or early morning today, so that when we are doing the DT marathon, you are clear about the amendments which are added in every chapter. Already all the amendments are covered in 2 amendment lectures. If you have not seen, see that. It's just 1 hour. One is 115 BAC, the new tax regime, and that is called as the default tax regime, and the old tax regime, which one to use where. And second is the amendments related to all 5 heads, TDS and all. Okay, right? And we have already completed yesterday, along with GST amendments, lot of important concepts. Sure, 3 theory questions I have given you yesterday in amendments. Out of that, highest chances of getting what are the cases when you cannot file GSTR 1, when you don't file the GSTR of earlier month, 4-5 conditions, or e-commerce operator. So straight theory questions. Now, the target for today is very quickly, though we got little delayed, but for me, I always start the class at 11. I make sure I'll do it 1 hour earlier so that we can work better till lunchtime. So now 3.5 hours to go, right? We are together till 2 o'clock. It's 10:20 right now. And we are doing all the 5 heads, the concept, amendments, and the grip on the question and answers. Okay. And wherever you feel, ma'am, house property, capital gain, we were comfortable to revise, done. Otherwise, today afternoon, you are doing GST chapters, which I gave you yesterday. Huh? Again, I'll say what you have to do in GST today. And evening, you practice the 5 heads, and wherever you feel practice is required, more for business head or capital gain, only the exemption part. Note down while I revise ki this is pending, and keep today evening for practicing these 5 heads. Tomorrow we will start the class with detailed revision of TDS TCS along with all past 6 attempts question. All past attempt questions are given in the DT compiler at the back. Hope you are having the printout. If not, message me. I'll give you the link so that when you solve the problems of TDS TCS along with the revision, it's going to be very clear. And we'll take up the clubbing, the set off, the deductions, all other topics revision. Again, GST schedule is there tomorrow afternoon. Day after tomorrow, very important topics in the GST, that is very important topics. Good morning, good morning. God bless you all. Thank you so much for trusting that I can give you the best here, and so you are here. Anywhere you are not clear, please message me. Huh? Yes, चलो तो अब हम क्या करेंगे? Third day we will be doing GST important topics with practice in class. So practice matlab you should have the pen, you should have the calculator, and you should have the notebook, because even though the paper pattern has changed now, 7 marks for value of supply, 7 marks for ITC are fixed. And in that ITC, it's not output minus input, ma'am, kitna cash mein pay karna hai. No, they'll give you rule 88B ka concept there. They'll give you blocked credit. They'll give you, okay, on this input tax is available, but you know it is covered under blocked credit and you cannot take. So with lot of depth, these 2-3 important topics we will be covering on 30. Today is the first holiday. 3 holidays are there. Right. And MTP gist, I have made it in 1.5 hours for GST with paper pattern and weightage. Same for DT, both MTPs are solved, 1 and 2. That is your wish. Today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, रात में जब भी time मिल रहा है वो कर. ठीक है? Right. Yeah, I'll take care. Don't worry, beta. Which exam you all are writing? CA ना? CA exam में उतना theory नहीं आता है. Theory comes in CA exam in the GST part. So we will take care. Now this is a question beta, this which is bogging your mind कि मैं theory कैसे करूँगा. तो अभी chapters करेंगे, there only if some theory is there, I'll cover. Tomorrow also when I do deductions and all, I'll cover up the theory there also. So don't worry about that. And if you feel so, today, tomorrow, and day after tomorrow, I'm missing my customs schedule class for CMA students. Any doubts you have, keep posting on Telegram. Every hour or 2 hours, I'll definitely watch Telegram. Whatever best I can do for all of you. Stay motivated, work hard, water bottle, calculator, pen, and let us begin. Okay? Theory questions will take care. Don't worry. I hope all attending right now are writing CA exam, but this lecture is equally good for the CMA students also. You all are studying DT revision video. और कहीं पे भी आपको लग रहा है कि extra चाहिए तो one is DT revision video. So many students ask me the same question. What's the difference in DT revision video and practice one? Revision video is the whole chapters, plain view. मतलब ऊपर से जो view होना चाहिए whole chapters ऐसा just should be like chew करके खा जाना है. That I have given in the revision video for repetition. अभी कुछ नया नहीं सीखना है. Anywhere you feel you have a weaker point, go and watch only the revision lecture. Okay, sure. Study material, important problems I have already covered in my DT compiler. Still, after the chapters, the questions are there that you can watch. आज evening 3 हुआ. शुरू करें? Yes. Right. There are 5 heads of income, but I always say that the mindset should be clear that the 6th head of income is beta set off and carry forward of losses. Set off and carry forward of losses in choice also you should not leave, and you will get the same weightage what you give to the capital gain or house property. एक ये बात clear है? अच्छा, tell me, are you all clear with the paper pattern? One thing I want to repeatedly say, paper pattern के लिए आप MT अभी 24 का solve करोगे तो you will get it. So I'm not wasting your time and my time. But only one thing I want to say, case study. What is case study? It's a question of capital gain. Case study 2, it's a question of business head, 35 AD and scientific research and all. So very easy 10 marks problems are asked in the form of case study, wherein you just have to answer the MCQ. But in your answer sheet, rough work for MCQ करके whatever is required, not formatting, लिख के करो, जल्दी करोगे, confusion नहीं होगा. You'll not have to repeat the calculation because case study 1's answer is total deduction. Case study 2 is total income. So from gross total income, when you minus deduction, you get, are you getting? And then the remaining 5 MCQs are very simple ones, 2 marks, 1 mark, which are separately to be done. My way, if you ask me that how to solve question is, start with the MCQs. Then question number 1 is compulsory to attempt, not compulsory to do first. 14 marks problem from business head deductions और salary deductions like that. वो बड़ा वाला question है, तो आप उसको बाद में कर सकते हैं. Then question number 2 and 3, you have to do any 2 questions. So whichever you know best, if you do first, know that 45 minutes, that from inside that bump, confidence comes, yes, I did house property correctly. तो वो जो 5 marks, 7 mark के question है. And the beautiful part of income tax, though the portion is very vast, very vast. Okay, right. Beautiful part of this very vast portion is you have bit marks. और कहीं ये facility नहीं है बेटा. Costing में, accounts में एक गलत single entry में तो पूरा गलत. Partnership में realization account wrong तो capital account wrong, balance sheet wrong. With wrong answer also it will tell you, because the whole world of accounts is in debit and credit. Here you get bit marks, TDS 2 marks, return of income 2 marks, GST 2 marks. So that's an added advantage. Nitya, I think you have not seen that MTP of CMA students I have already solved, and in that first 10-15 minutes is the paper pattern, weightage of income tax, GST and custom. I thought so कि I have solved it before time. अभी CMA students 14 जून से एग्जाम लिखे, क्या जरूरत थी इतना जल्दी सॉल्व करने की. तो वहां जाके देखो, आज हम पेपर पैटर्न की बात नहीं करेंगे. चलो, income from house property, knock chargeability section is section 22, and it says that there should be owner and tenant relationship and there should be property attached to it. Okay, Property appurtenant to the main building will also do. So if you are renting out your outhouse, your garage to a saloon, to a boutique, that rental income will also be taxable here. And for property income, it should be like building, but swimming pool and all, jahan chhat nahi hai, that rental income is also taxable here. But if you are renting out open plot, rental income will be taxable in other source. If you are subletting, I have taken a building on rent and I am running a hospital in that. A part of it I have given it to canteen wala, a part of it I have given it to chemist. Subletting rent is not taxable here because between me, tenant, and my subtenant, there is no owner and tenant relationship. There are three kind of property incomes which are taxable here. Self-occupied property. Either, are you all focused? हाँ, नोट्स भी है, डायग्राम भी है, सब है, बट आज कुछ ऐसे ही पढ़ेंगे. और अगर नहीं समझ में आ रहा है तो आफ्टर कंप्लीटिंग दिस 15 minutes of my explanation, tell me. I'll emphasize on the points where usually students do mistake. आप मत करना. Self-occupied property is the property where you are staying or which is vacant. I have only one house in Hyderabad, but for my son's education, I am staying in Bangalore. Then can I treat this house as self-occupied or unoccupied? Answer is yes. Every SSC can keep only 2 houses as self-occupied by his choice. So if you have 3 self-occupied houses, one in Hyderabad, another in Lonavala, third in Goa, any 2 will be treated as self-occupied. The third one will be treated as deemed let out property. Okay? Yeah. Please CMA students, you all should also attend. I'm not going to take again this live up. मेरा energy level देखना कितना energy लगता है in the marathons. Not me. Hats off to all the teachers who are doing it. And to you students who are sitting continuously. तो ये बार बार नहीं हो पाएगा. ठीक है? तो CMA students अगर live सुन रहे हैं तो आप भी करो, सब same है आपके लिए भी. Yeah. So 2 of the properties are self-occupied. Hyderabad, Goa, Lonavala. Any one of it will be treated as deemed let out property and on notional income I have to pay. What is let out property which I have given on rent? Is this much description clear to all of you? Chalo. Let us check our notebook. ये हमारे notes हैं. अरे हम GST में कहाँ से पहुँच गए हैं? Yeah. Okay. This is our format. Whenever house property question is asked, beta, how do you have to solve that? कैसे solve करोगे आप? Particulars and column. Now, very important is listen, listen, listen. If my house is apportioned into 4 parts, 50% is let out, 25% is self-occupied, 25% I am using for my own profession, for my CA practice. That 25% don't make the column. If you make na, it is not mistake. It's like a blunder कि student को इतना नहीं पता है. If your own property you use for business purpose, that much 1/4 or 25% expense will go in business head. Ma'am, can we get combined question of house property and business head? Yes. When I am taking this DT marathon, past exam के पूरे पेपर मुझे भी दिख रहे हैं. हाँ, एक चीज मैं अगर भूल जाऊं तो मुझे याद दिलाना. क्लास के बाद तो सबको भूख लगेगी. नाश्ता अच्छे से करके आए या नहीं? After the lunch, remind me. I'll be giving you playlist, beta. Playlist of all the past exam papers. So if you feel, ma'am, I want to check the May 23 and November 23 MTP also, there's a separate playlist for CA students, separate for CMA. With that, if you do, you will do it at faster pace. So, 3 types of the properties are clear to you. Okay? ये देखो. Now, the format in which you have to solve the problem. First is derive your GAV. Now, when you are deriving your GAV, one second, dear students. When you are deriving your GAV, it is, first step is fair rent. Fair rent is arm's length price. Municipal value is what you get from the municipal authority. Standard rent is rent as per the Rent Control Act. Okay? And actual rent. Yes, business head also you will get the complete grip and less के ऊपर अगर आप patiently सुन रहे हैं तो. Yeah, sections whatever are important I'll cover. No, don't worry. और ये जो आप लोग को एक बताऊं बेटा, अभी ये सब टाइम नहीं है, ये प्रैक्टिस 3 महीने पहले करना था. ऑन सेक्शंस विच आर इम्पोर्टेंट, इफ यू हैव ऑलरेडी वॉच्ड द डीटी रिविजन वीडियो और डीटी सारथी वीडियो, उसमें मैंने इम्पोर्टेंट सेक्शंस आपको लर्न करा दिए हैं, वो अपने आप रिकलेक्ट होंगे. तो थ्योरी का क्वेश्चन, ये माइंड का प्रॉब्लम है, इट्स नॉट योर प्रॉब्लम बेटा. नाउ व्हेन यू वांट टू फोकस विद दीप्ति मैम एंड स्टडी द 5 हेड्स, सेक्शन का क्या करूं, थ्योरी का क्या करूं, इसका क्या करूं, जो डाउट आ रहा है ना, पेंडिंग डायरी बनाओ. ये देखो मेरे सामने मेरी डायरी ओपन है. This is the way you have to study. Whatever is bothering you other than 5 heads, keep jotting, keep jotting, keep jotting. 1:30 के बाद देखेंगे. I'll give you my number, you can call me, don't worry. चलो अभी हम पढ़े, सेक्शंस छोड़ दो मेरे पे, I'll take care. So what is the format you have to make in exam to get stepwise beautiful marks in house property? Fair rent or municipal value, whichever is higher. Step 1, that or standard rent, whichever is lower. That or actual rent, whichever is higher. Are you all with me? Fair rent or municipal value, whichever is higher. That or standard rent, whichever is lower. That or actual rent, whichever is higher. High, low, high. Once again, what is important? Say with me. Say with me. Of course, it's an online class, face to face नहीं है, but आप बोलो तो आपको भी याद हो जाएगा. Fair rent or municipal value, whichever is higher. That or standard rent, whichever is lower. That or actual rent, whichever is higher. High, low, high. That will give you the GAV, gross annual value. Deduct from that municipal tax on actual payment basis. If municipal tax are due, you are not allowed to take the deduction. But if municipal tax are paid, you can take a deduction. Okay, right? And municipal tax will also include sewerage tax. कभी-कभी exam में दे देते हैं. Along with municipal tax, you have paid the sewerage tax also. Then take that also. What you will get? Net annual value. From net annual value, कोई बोले या ना बोले, you have to give 30% standard deduction. Okay, and interest on loan is deductible. I'll teach you in a separate table. You get income from house property. Yes, self-occupied property में GAV is nil, NAV is nil. So obviously NAV का 30% standard deduction is nil. Interest on loan you can deduct up to 2 lakhs in the old regime. In the new regime, ma'am, what is new regime? Section 115 BAC. Ma'am, exam में कैसे पता चलेगा? They will say. And I'll give you, after house property, I'll give you a very important note कि हर question को new regime, which is the default tax regime और old regime से करना है, वो clear हो जाएगा. ठीक है? वो मैं अभी आपको बताऊंगी. So if you are filing your return in the new tax regime, that is section 115 BAC1, then in self-occupied property you cannot show loss, the value will be nil. But old tax regime means, you know, some books, especially the CMA books, are talking language like this, very confusing. Section 115 BAC clause 6, they are opting out of the default tax regime, means they are filing their return in normal tax regime. है ना अच्छा, right? तो ये आपका, yeah, municipal tax is deductible on payment basis. Interest on loan is deductible on due basis. Okay, is this clear to all of you? So self-occupied आएगा, let out आएगा, house property 1 if there is a loss, house property 2 there is a profit, house property 3 again there's a loss, you can always net off. So this is the format. Now, as I told you, if 25% is used for business purpose, don't make a column here. Along with house property, they'll give you business income is 50,000 before deducting these expense. So 25% of the expense all on actual basis are deductible here. municipal taxes, interest on loan. Yeah, and here, tell me, until now, मतलब सिर्फ learn नहीं करना है, speed भी आने हैं. How many deductions are allowed in house property? Municipal tax including sewerage tax on actual payment basis. 30% of the NAV. कोई बोले या ना बोले. Interest on loan. बस story ends. Ma'am, what about the liftman's salary, watchman's salary, insurance of the building, maintenance expenses, blah, blah, 10 extra expenditure, ground rent. They'll give you all this in exam. You have to write a note. These deductions are not allowed. Against this 30% standard deduction is given. Over and out. कोई भी deduction नहीं मिलेगा. Municipal tax, receipt basis. Interest on loan, due basis. नहीं भी पे किया तो. Clear? Is my speed fine? थोड़ा मैं 2 मिनट पानी पी लेती हूँ. आप लोग लाइक करो, कमेंट करो. वीडियो अपलोड होने के बाद भी थोड़ा सा लाइक कर दो, शेयर कर दो. फॉर्मेट क्लियर है बेटा? अभी छोटे छोटे चीजें व्हाट यू हैव टू टेक केयर इन एग्जाम. Suppose my fair rent, municipal value or actual rent, anything is given. Can I skip the step? Yes. Even though my GAV is say standard rent, high, low, high में standard rent. फिर भी so many times if they say municipal taxes 10%, 10% of GAV or 10% of municipal value. Municipal taxes 10%. ऐसा दिया था एग्जाम में. 10% of the GAV because from GAV you deduct municipal tax, or 10% of the municipal value. Municipal value. Okay, so take care of these pitfalls. Then in the format, there are two important points now I'm going. One is interest on loan and exception to the rule where we don't follow the high, low, high, tight. Thank you so much that it is all clear until now. अब हम दो important point देखेंगे. Let it take 5-7 minutes. Interest on loan is asked separately also in case study for CA student, in MCQs for CMA students. And for CMA students also MCQ में one answer is correct. Other is commonly what student miss out and wrong answer that they will give. So when you get, you feel, oh, this is also one of the answer. ना ये correct होगा. हाँ? Okay. कोई भी MCQ को give a limited time, otherwise in your rough work for MCQ note down MCQ number 12th and 13th pending. Write it. मैम ऐसा लिखे आंसर शीट में, लिखो, वो रफ वर्क है, कोई आपके मार्क्स नहीं काट सकते. And you're not allowed to write anything on question paper except your roll number. Otherwise it will amount to cheating. तो लिखो ना, एक रफ पेज ले लो, लिख लो. ठीक है, और आगे बढ़ो. Whatever you know, even in GST you can do the MCQs, you can do the chotu questions which are so easy, like write short note and that part, and then you can come to the main question. Okay, so this is my way of guiding you for 3 years. चलो अब हम interest on loan थोड़ा सा detail में देखते हैं. Interest on loan I had given with the flow chart. 1 second, ना बेटा. Okay, till then revise with me. Interest on loan is allowed on due basis. Interest on loan is allowed on due basis. Ye loan, if you have taken for construction or for purchase, interest is deductible here. Interest is deductible here, and principal is deductible under section 80C. PPF, LIC, tuition fees, repayment of housing loan. One of my favorite topics I enjoy teaching the most is deductions. पर हम कल करेंगे deduction. Interest, principal under section 80C. Principal कहाँ deduct होगा बेटा? 80C में. Interest कहाँ deduct होगा? यहाँ पे. Now, in case of let out or deemed let out, full interest is allowed without any upper limit. Super. even though my rental income is 3 lakh, interest on loan is 5 lakh. Ma'am, तो loss आ जाएगा. But in case of let out, deemed let out property, the whole interest on loan is allowed irrespective of any upper limit. Ma'am, then where is the limit? Self-occupied property. Self-occupied property, loan taken after 1499. If the loan is taken after 1499, अभी तो 2024 चल रहा है. For you, the year is 23-24, है ना? And for purchase and construction is completed in 5 years. Then maximum interest on loan is allowed in self-occupied property 2 lakh. Because self-occupied property, the GAV is nil. खुद को rent थोड़ी देंगे. Municipal tax. Have you paid municipal tax of your house? Yes, ma'am. Still not allowed. NAV nil. तो nil का 30% भी nil. सिर्फ इंटरेस्ट ऑन लोन 2 लाख तक डिडक्ट करोगे. सो कैन वी डाइजेस्ट एंड गो दैट सेल्फ ऑक्यूपाइड प्रॉपर्टी विल ऑलवेज शो अ लॉस अप टू 2 lakh. And if you are filing your return in new tax regime, self-occupied column silent. S for self-occupied, S for silent. Tomorrow I'll give you a very nice chart 15 minutes में. अगर मैं कर लूं तो मैं आपको पिक्चर ही भेज दूंगी कि आप लिख लें कि 115 VAC वर्सेस दिस. वहां क्या मिल रहा है, यहाँ क्या मिल रहा है. क्लियर टू ऑल ऑफ यू? चलो once again, have you taken the loan for house property which is let out and deemed let out? अरे go आराम से. Ma'am, 4,50,000 interest, full interest is deductible, bindas, no problem. For self-occupied, did you take the loan after 1499? Yes. For purchase and construction? Yes. Is construction completed in 5 years? Yes. 2 lakh. Did you take loan after 1499? Yes. But not for construction, for repairs and renovation. I had an old house constructed in 1992, हमारे ज़माने में, and now I want to do the repairing work. So can I deduct 2 lakh interest? No. Then maximum interest deducted is 30,000. So many times the googly in the exam is they'll say loan is taken in 1997. Then even though for purchase you have taken the loan in 1997, the interest deductible is 30,000. Only if you take loan after 1499. For purchase and construction, construction is completed in 5 years, interest is deductible 2 lakh. Ma'am, 2 lakh per property. You said 2 self-occupied property you can claim. Mila ke this is 2 lakh. Ma'am, current year's interest is also there, and there's a concept with Dipti ma'am will teach now, pre-construction interest. So Mila ke the limit is 2 lakh. Answer is yes. I hope I am making you aware of the pitfalls. मैम ने बताया था सेल्फ ऑक्यूपाइड के लिए 2 लाख है, 2 प्रॉपर्टी है ना, मजे से दोनों का 2 लाख ले लो. नहीं बेटा, मिला के. सो इफ सेल्फ ऑक्यूपाइड प्रॉपर्टी 1 the interest is 160, self occupied property 2 the interest is 50, मिला के how much you can deduct? 2 lakh over and out. This is a wonderful point for your MCQ also. I'm literally saying if you want to clear DT, IDT with superb marks, 5 heads of income, residential status में कोई student को 5 out of 5 ना मिले, ऐसा नहीं होता. Because that's damn easy and initial chapter तो you have already done it best. And your 5 heads and set off. Set off वाला problem choice में छोड़ना ही नहीं. This part if you can have a grip today, tomorrow it's my responsibility to make you learn TDS, TCS and deductions. एकदम best में best simple way में हम करेंगे. Yeah. Anyone is having, please don't expect me to read all notes. Anyone feels अरे ma'am notes भी तो read करो थोड़ा थोड़ा, तो then go and watch my DT revision video. आपके पास ऐसी डायरी ओपन है ना, वहां लिख दो pending Deepti ma'am's house property video. You can go and watch that. Okay. Interest on interest is not allowed. That is also written. Yeah, यहाँ से points पढ़ते हैं, ये थोड़े important है. Interest on loan payable outside allowed only if TDS deducted. I have taken loan from one of my cousin from London and I missed deducting TDS. India ke bahar, if you pay TDS, you have to deduct. If you didn't deduct that, interest on loan is not allowed. Interest on second loan taken to repay the first loan is allowed. Super. I took housing loan from SBI 50 lakhs at the rate of 9%. Now IDBI is offering me at 7.6%. So I'll take the loan from IDBI, repay my first loan to SBI. Bye bye. आपका interest बड़ा महंगा पड़ रहा है हमको. IDBI, now we will pay you interest. So interest on second loan taken to repay the first loan, is it allowed? Yeah, because now second loan is the housing loan interest. मैम ये पॉइंट तो आप लॉ की तरह पढ़ा रहे हो, बट ये एग्जाम में अप्लाई करने को आएंगे और वहां सिली मिस्टेक नहीं करना बेटा. ओके, all of you are live. Thank you so much. If you like this energy of learning, hit the like button, comment below. That will boost. YouTube will give a boost. Okay? जितने लाइव है उतने सब एक लाइक तो दे सकते हैं ना दीप्ति मैम को. गुरु दक्षिणा. My blessings and wishes are always with you. Otherwise, but just saying. ठीक है? चलो. हाँ मैम, ये तो आप 5 बार लर्न करा चुके हैं लास्ट 15 मिनट में. In case of default tax regime, interest on self-occupied not allowed. DLOP, LOP allowed. In case of old tax regime, all is allowed. So self-occupied may, you are not even allowed to show loss up to 2 lakh if you are filing your return in default tax regime. You know, one rule you will study in set off, but can I link it here? Very important. In house property, overall, you can set off 2 lakh loss with other heads. Ma'am, but house property loss is 375. 175 को carry forward करो बेटा. ठीक है? Right. चलो. Composite rent. When you are paying nowadays, almost all gated communities, every pair, you pay rent with a clubhouse, swimming pool, gym, and play area and all. So whatever you are paying rent, house property, amenities, other source. If you are not able to split, whole amount will be taxable in other source or business income. Okay? Right. Next, a term is there which is called as unrealized rent. Super. Unrealized rent is like bed debts. Rent is due till March, but my tenant didn't pay me the rent of February and March. Now let us see the conditions. जैसे bed debt होता है तो कुछ condition satisfy होना है ना. So this can be asked as theory question. 3 mark, 2 mark. Unrealized rent can be deducted from GAV. Say GAV is 10,000 into 12. But 2 months rent was due and my tenant did not pay me. I can deduct 2 months provided tenancy is bona fide. There's an agreement between owner and tenant. Defaulting tenant has vacated or steps have been taken to compel him to vacate the property. Defaulting tenant is not in occupation of any other property. When you are a defaulter here, you are not paying the rent. Why would I give you the other properties? You will not pay the rent there also. SSE has taken all the reasonable steps for legal proceedings and proved that legal proceedings are useless. ठीक है? Then, ma'am, unrealized rent क्या करना है? If my GAV is 1,20,000, unrealized rent 20,000, I can deduct and I will move ahead with GAV 1 lakh. Ma'am, but the person who did not pay the rent, no, his name was Motilal. Now Motilal was honest enough. After 3 years, he met me in a function. He said, ma'am, please take your 20,000. I said, forget it. I have put it as bed debt, baat khatam. And the property which I gave you in rent, I have already sold the property. मेरे पास वो प्रॉपर्टी नहीं है. नहीं नहीं मैम, कार्मिक अकाउंट होता है. 20,000 that time Motilal is saying I could not afford it. Now I'm doing too good. I want to pay you, ma'am. Okay, I took 20,000. Is it taxable in my hands? Yes. separately. Don't merge it with GAV of other properties in exam. For MCQ, whenever they give you unrealized rent received 20,000, tax it separately, 30% standard deduction. मैम बोला तो नहीं ना स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन, फिर भी लगाना होगा. 6,000, taxable is 14,000. Now if this comes in MCQ, they will give one of the answer as 20,000 taxable rent, one as 14. Both appears correct, but 14 is correct. Can I close unrealized rent? All clear? Yes. It is taxable under income from house property. It is taxable. So many of you are connected here in challenges group also. Am I right? You all have registered for the live batch. Right? So make sure that you message me over there also, because I am teaching with the mindset what works best. But अगर आपका mind कहीं divert हो रहा है, कुछ तकलीफ है, यहाँ comment करो. If you are having that हिचकिचाहट to comment here, then let me know in the challengers or telegram group. Are you all with me? Almost 10 minutes and we are done with this chapter, and one or two questions I'll share. Like you call it as top question 70 or 50, आप जो भी बोलो. ये मेथड से स्टूडेंट्स को बहुत एग्जाम्शन आए हैं, बिकॉज पूरा जिस्ट रिवाइज हो रहा है आपका. ओके. Whenever unrealized rent is there, it is taxable separately with 30% standard deduction. Another term is arrears of rent. Arrears of rent is, you were always paying me Motilal rent 10,000. I said COVID हो गया अभी खत्म 22 में, I want rent 12,000, otherwise vacate. So 2,000 extra rent I want from 22, 23, 23, 24. तो 24 months के लिए मुझे 2,000 rupees चाहिए extra rent. How much it is becoming? 48,000. This is called as arrears of rent. Increase in the rent with retrospective effect is called as arrears of rent. Whenever it is realized, it is taxable with 30% standard deduction. Clear to all of you? Right. Thank you so much. Your comments are keeping me also motivated and high on energy to give best. But more than 10 of you are live right now, but like सिर्फ 4 है. इतनी कंजूसी क्यों? Yesterday I got that again message from YouTube. 56% of your regular viewers are unsubscribed. अरे कर दो सब्सक्राइब. जिस दिन DT IDT निकल जाए, एक अच्छा सा मुझे मैसेज भेज देना, मैं खुश हो जाऊंगी. And you can unsubscribe because you will move ahead. You will get good mentors in your life, है ना? Okay. Arrears of rent, whenever you receive, shall we give 30% standard deduction? Okay. One connecting point here when I do the total income problem. In the total income problem, ध्यान से सुनो. Whenever they say rent is received is 5 lakh, I have to give standard deduction. But whenever they say rent received bracket में computed means already standard deduction is given. ये डायलॉग दिमाग में बिठ रहा है, सिली मिस्टेक नहीं करना है टोटल इनकम के प्रॉब्लम. सैलरी कंप्यूटेड, ऑलरेडी 50,000 स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन इज गिवन. सैलरी रिसीव्ड 5 lakh, give standard deduction. Standard deduction in salary is allowed in old regime also, in the new regime also. Done? Chalo. So this is all about the हाँ, and some of you were asking for theory questions ना, तो बस ऐसे भी कभी कभी आ जाता है. What is the treatment of unrealized rent arrears of rent? Okay, can I request all of you two things very important? We are not allowed to correct the final exam papers, but I can definitely, when I correct the MTP papers, I know the mindset. Whenever they ask you write a short note, can you write it in points? Yes. And with the same black ballpoint point, can you underline the clue words? कितना अच्छा लगता है when you are having a buffet dinner and the names of the items are written. You like it or not? Malai kofta, Manchuria, biryani. It is written. So that gives you comfort. So when you attempt in exam residential status question, write down residential status ke condition, then the calculation. To conclude, Ramlal is resident and ordinary resident, underline. बहुत फर्क पड़ता है पॉइंट्स में आंसर लिखने से, और अंडरलाइन रिमेंबर इट फॉर योर कॉस्टिंग एंड अदर सब्जेक्ट्स ऑल्सो. चलो आगे करते हैं. आई थॉट हाफ एन आवर वुड बी इनफ, बट हाफ एन आवर से थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया. कर लेते हैं, काफी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट्स तो कवर हो गए. Advance rent received is not taxable, that we all know. Yeah. Yeah, whenever a property is ready and it is unoccupied, so will you treat it as deemed let out? No. Okay, right? Whenever you have constructed a property and you want to give it on rent, it is not actually let out. No other benefits are derived. You can treat it as deemed let out for 2 years. 2 years तक आप वेकेंट और खाली रख सकते हैं. सीधा एग्जांपल देख लो. Mr. Beans is involved in real estate business. He got certificate of completion on 10/12/21 for 2 years. That is 10/12/21 को तो occupation certificate मिल गया if the building is ready. After that 2 years, so 21-22 छोड़ दो, 22-23-23-24 the property was vacant. Then shall we treat it as notional income and self-occupied or deemed let out? No. Till 2 years it is allowed. After that it is treated as deemed let out property. ठीक है? If two brothers are fighting out a property, मेरी है लड़ते रहो. Right now, who is getting the rental? He has to calculate and pay the tax. Now, this is a theory question. Acha, all of you are doing with me right now. Can you please comment below? Are you all having the this thing? क्या कहते हैं इसको? आपके पास ये मटेरियल है. डीटी कंपाइलर आपने या तो ऑर्डर किया है तो आया होगा, और यू फ्रीली आल्सो आई हैव गिवन द पीडीएफ दोज हु वांटेड टू टेक प्रिंट आउट देमसेल्व्स. Property income which is not chargeable to tax. This can be asked. Give a list. So any palace of ex-ruler, property income of political party, scientific research, local authority, trust, all. These are not chargeable. Okay. One more point I wanted to cover, and then we are done with house property. Come back to how to derive the GAV. How to derive the GAV? Fair rent or municipal value, whichever is higher. That or standard rent, whichever is lower. That or actual rent, whichever is higher. Right? Now here, if this point, if the property is vacant for some period, see, standard rent, fair rent, municipal value you are taking for 12 months. But if the actual rent is for 9 months, ma'am, why 9 months? Because 3 months the property was not let out. And you were not staying there. It was not self-occupied, but khali pada tha. Ek tenant khali karke gaya, 3 months it was vacant. Again another tenant came. If the property is vacant for some period and let out for some period, now if actual rent is low due to vacancy, then actual rent is GAV irrespective of the values. Aram se karo. For this part, I want to take up one problem also. Ma'am, just now you said fair rent or municipal value, whichever is higher. That or standard rent, whichever is lower. That or actual rent, whichever is, like, ocean waves. But if actual rent is low, only due to vacancy. अगर vacancy नहीं रहता 3 months का, तो actual rent would have been high. Then in GAV, you have to take actual rent even though it is low. Clear to all of you? Right. So almost all the important points I have covered here. Now, as you say, because this topic is very simple, can we go to the next head, or you want to take 1 or 2 questions? जहाँ पे actual rent is low, एक आधा वही देख लेंगे. ये देखो, see bit I'll see. Deemed owner, sure. In 2 minutes I'll explain. Municipal value or fair rent, whichever is higher. C bit का आंसर. तो municipal value. That or standard rent, whichever is lower. So 1 lakh. That or actual rent. Actual rent 10,000 per month. 8 months तो vacant था. तो actual rent. I hope you all are getting. मैं सिर्फ C bit के फिर से एक बार. Fair rent or municipal value, whichever is higher. First bit answer. 110 or standard rent, whichever is lower. 1 lakh. That or actual rent. Actual rent, whichever is higher. So, ma'am, 1 lakh, step 2 answer. Or actual rent, whichever is higher. So, ye higher hai na. Still, GAV will be 40,000. Because actual rent is low only due to vacancy. Agar 8 months vacant nahi rehta, if 8 months it is not vacant, then what would have been the actual rent? 120. I call it as ARR. Actual rent receivable is 120. I'm using different terms than study material, but beginning you have attended the DT practice batch or the revision video. समझ में आ रहा है? Step 2 or step 3, whichever is higher. So this is higher. But this is low only due to vacancy. Otherwise 1,20,000. है ना? So take it as 40,000 as G. Okay? Right. Now see this kind of combination problems are hot favorite in the CMA exam and CA exam. We have 3 self-occupied house, Bangalore, Pune, Nagpur. So just observe the format, how will you do? First you take all the 3 as deemed let out. All the 3 as deemed let out. ले लो. ठीक है? Now, all the 3 as deemed let out, तो आपका routine computation तो आ जाएगा, fair and whichever is higher. Very simple way. I have worked like anything on this DT compiler. इसका एक आंसर मैंने खुद बनाया. You will not get this format. But this is exactly same like your institute's material. Only here I am not writing the expected rent and all terms. Of course, you will get the answer. GAV, less municipal taxes, सब हो गया. ठीक है. Now take all the 3 houses as self-occupied. हाँ? तो कितना interest है? Because the loan is taken before 1499, interest you will deduct is only 30. Now, take 3 option. Option house 1 and 2 SOP, 3 DLOP. तो अगर 1 and 2 self-occupied है, तो only interest. Third deemed let out है. Deemed let out, third. यहाँ से value ले. Now, second wala is deemed let out. So, we are working out various combinations, and wherever the income is low, we will go for that combination. So these combinations are asked. One more kind of the problem beta which is asked is, you want to practice full in writing or this way is it okay? Please let me know. Co-ownership problem is, if Raman and his brother are co-owners, compute the whole income and then divide in the ratio. Proportionate income भी होती है कभी कभी. देखो पूरा घर रेंट पे दे दिया है. I'll say, yeah, this exactly same problem can come. Acha, problems which are I am marking today evening, will you do? I hope you are having the hard copy of the compiler. If not, write down problem number 11. Exactly same problem can come. Now, if you ask me, ma'am, separately you have not given top. कितना भी करो कम ही होता है. अब ये टॉप 50 वाले ही क्वेश्चंस है. मैं बता रही हूँ कि 11 क्वेश्चन को मार्क कर लो, स्टिक ऑन लगा लो at one book page. Write down important questions in house property and today evening do it. Ria owns a big house. House has 3 independent units. Unit 1, 50% is let out. 50% is let out for a monthly rent of 8,200. Unit 1s remain vacant for 1 month. So it is let out for 11 months. Mila sabko? A sum of 700 could not be collected. So it is, what do you call it? Unrealized rent. 700 रुपए उसने नहीं दिए बेटा, टेनेंट ने आपको दिए ही नहीं. Unrealized rent. while unit 2 25% is used for profession. Don't make column for the portion which is used for profession. तो इसका क्या करेंगे मैम? I'll tell you क्या करेंगे. Unit 3, which is used for own residence. This is self-occupied. Now, fair rent or municipal value, whichever is higher. So this. But why did we take 50%? Because this is the property ka whole value. Only 50% is let out. So 60 or 70, whichever is higher, to 70 ka aadha. That or standard rent, whichever is lower. So that's again 70, 35,000 or 90 ka aadha 45, whichever is lower. So 35. That or actual rent. Actual rent, pick up your calculators, beta, all of you. 8,200 into 11. 90,200. So step 2 or 90,200, whichever is higher. And in 90,200, we will deduct unrealized rent. Ma'am, where do we deduct unrealized rent? In the actual rent. Followed? In the actual rent receivable. 90,000. So what is your GAV? 89.5. I'm solving the problem only. Are you all paying attention? Because this comes in top 50 questions. Chale aage. Municipal taxes are 15,000. So 50% is deductible here. Self-occupied में तो municipal tax नहीं मिलता और बाकी तो वैसे ही exempt है. NAV. Less 30% standard deduction. Okay. Interest on loan. Yeah. One annual charge is created under will by father in the favor of Mrs. Ria. Ria, you are my daughter. You enjoy all the rental income, but every year give to your mother 9,000. Can you deduct? No. Why? Because Dipti ma'am said house property में सिर्फ 3 deduction मिलते हैं. Municipal tax, including sewerage tax, NAV, standard deduction, and third, what did I say? Interest on loan. तो annual charge का कोई deduction नहीं होगा. Fire insurance and all is covered under standard deduction. Income of profession is 95,000 without debiting house related expense and depreciation. ठीक है. Interest on loan कहीं तो दिया होगा आपको. Interest on loan for renewal is 36,000. Can I deduct 50% here? Yes. Self-occupied में can I deduct 25%? Yes. Here there is a profit, here there is a loss. Can we net off? Yes. And now 25% building is used for business purpose. If this, अरे क्या हो गया? हाँ, अगर बेटा आप यहाँ पे एक एक्स्ट्रा कॉलम बनाते हो ना 25% यूज फॉर बिजनेस हेड गॉन. What is business income? 95,000. Message me if this same kind of the problem comes in exam. आप लिख दो इसको टॉप 50 क्वेश्चन में. एक वो महेश वाला कॉम्बिनेशन वाला, सेकेंड ये इवनिंग में आज करना 10 minutes लगा के. Now can we deduct depreciation? Yes. Municipal tax 25%, repairs, interest on loan. See, here in business head, there is no standard deduction. So of course we will deduct the municipal tax, the repairs, the ground rent, the fire insurance, सब. And house property income ही आ गए आपकी total income. There are 3 kind of problems asked in house property. One is, एक मैंने आपको क्या बताया था? Combination वाला problem. Another is this. Okay, right. And the third one is dollars वाला. वो भी बार बार पूछते हैं. ये सब same questions हैं. If you are getting rental income from outside India, yeah. If it is $1,500 for 12 months and 60 rupees each dollars, just convert it at the rate given and you can take it. Okay, chalo. last part of the chapter, and then we will take a 5 minutes break. Pre-construction interest. Once you let out the property, then interest is deductible every year. But interest starts from the point when you start the construction. So that interest which I have paid in the 3 years while the building was getting ready, वो interest कहाँ deduct करूँ? After the building is ready, current year's interest and pre-construction total interest is deductible 1/5 every year for 5 years. But there are beautiful steps to calculate. In my regular class, 1.5 hours class for pre-construction. इतना पेशेंट से इतने एग्जाम्पल्स बच्चे एंजॉय करके करते हैं और लाइफ में कभी भी प्री कंस्ट्रक्शन इंटरेस्ट आपके लिए डिफिकल्ट नहीं होगा. Pre-construction period starts from the date of taking the loan or date of construction, whichever is later. Suppose you have taken the loan on 1st July 2019 and you started the construction on April 19. But interest meter started in July. So start from there. Pre-construction interest ends repayment of loan or 31st March prior to the year when construction is completed. So this is your pre-construction period. Calculate the interest amount of loan pre-construction period into the rate divided by 5. Shall we do one problem? Separately also pre-construction interest is asked for 3 marks. So loan taken on 1/4/19, 1 lakh. Construction completed on 31st July. So whenever construction is over before that 31st March. So this is 12 months. 1 lakh into 10%. Abhi 12 months are right. Could be 20 months. 10,000. Divide by 5. So when did you start your construction and completed? March 20. July 20, but March 20 तक का interest pre-construction में लेंगे. 2021 is your first year. 22, 23, 24, 25. For 5 years, every year, pre-construction interest is allowed 1/5 every year. And अभी तक the loan is not repaid. So current year का interest तो होगा ना. 23, 24 current year's interest will be there. And the pre-construction interest both will be deducted. Okay, right. So that's all for these problems which are really good. You can practice 2-3 more problems from this DT compiler. This question I have added is already asked in CA exam for 8 marks. So you can mark. Are you going to practice today evening? Then I'm going to give you marking. Problem number 21 करना है आपको. Top 5 questions I'm doing. Problem number 20 और एक partition वाला question. Partition with the rent received in dollars 60 और पहले भी mark करा है. So these are the questions you should do. And yeah, deemed owner means you are the deemed owner of the property which is जैसे apartment है. So there are 8 people who are owning the apartment. But in the land you have undivided share, no? 1/8 part of that's called as deemed owner. Okay? So see your watches because it's like straining for me also. But exactly in 5 minutes, we are back. And next topic we are doing is business head. Till then, take a break, drink water, come back and make sure you keep commenting in the chat box. अभी भी और वीडियो अपलोड होने के बाद उतना तो मैं आपसे एक्सपेक्ट कर रही हूँ. ठीक है ना? Yeah. Those who want to still check the theory till then, चेक. और अगर आप भी हवा खा के हो, पानी पी के हो, ये भी बहुत अच्छा क्वेश्चन है पार्टीशन. All right, are you all back? आप लोग इतने अच्छे नाम क्यों लिखते हैं? Chains of first. What is that? Repeat नहीं समझ में आया. What you didn't understand? Pre-construction interest. You want me to repeat? जल्दी से कमेंट करो. You want me to repeat the pre-construction interest? Is it? What you want me to repeat? Not clear, beta. Deem नहीं समझ में आया कि pre-construction interest. Yeah, please keep patience. Huh? After this, we are doing business head and salary. Then we will take a lunch break. And then capital gain and other source will not take much time. So I told you till 1:30, but might be the class will go a little extra because there's no compromise in the quality. Quality तो हम change नहीं कर सकते ना बेटा. चलो. Okay, as of now I'm closing because I'm not understanding whoever is writing and इतने unique नाम लिखते हो आप लोग बेटा. Jum quotes and chains of first and Jit and all. ठीक है बेटा. God bless you for the beautiful names in YouTube. And if anything is not clear, let us do it after this. Chalo. Okay. So we are beginning now the most important, the pumping heart of the income tax syllabus. That is business head. It comes in case studies. It comes in your question number 1 for 14 marks. Or बहुत important है business head, right? Okay. Yeah. If you all are still connected and if you have any doubt, let me know. Sure, while closing, I'll clear. वापस से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. कुछ doubt है तो clear करेंगे pre-construction में. Problems have you marked? 5 problems I have given you in house property, which comes in your top 70-80 questions, whatever you feel. तो ये आपको करना है. Okay? Compiler है ना सबके पास? That answer you are not giving me here. Business head. Knock knock. Chargeability section is section 28. आ जाओ. If you are doing business or if you are doing profession with specialized skill or degree, then आ जाओ. Come here. Okay. In business income, we always start with the net profit as per books of accounts. And we do some add and less. And then we get the correct income, which is taxable under income tax. In books, your net profit may be different. But in income tax, it is going to be different. है ना? तो अब ये add and less का क्या basic है? That I am making it clear in the coming 10 minutes. Business head के साथ ही we will also do a separate topic also, which is called as assessment of partnership firm. Earlier पता है मैं marathon कैसे करती थी? I will record individual chapters and then I'll merge and make. But now we are doing this. तो you bless me, I bless you कि आप बहुत अच्छा बैठे हैं आराम से खा पी के और मैं भी एनर्जेटिकली आपको पढ़ा सकूं. चलो. Over to business head add less concept. Yeah. Now there are 4 pointers to remember beta for add and less of the business head. Start with your net profit as per the books of accounts. Start with, I've made a separate video for add and less if you check in the video playlist. If you want to have a good grip. मैम हमने ऑलरेडी आपका क्लास अटेंड किया है डीटी प्रैक्टिस बैच, तो हम तो ये मैराथन रिवीजन कर रहे हैं. मैराथन रिवीजन में आई विल नॉट स्किप एनी कॉन्सेप्ट, but of course we can go little fast, है ना? So in your net profit, say your net profit is 10, but there are certain expenses in this 40. ये दिख रहा है आप सबको? GP and all. There are certain expenses which you have debited, which are your personal expense or which are capital expense. They are not allowed. If I say your expense is not 40, it's 32. When you disallow the expense, expense is reducing, profit is increasing. Clear है आप सबको? अच्छा है. I'm repeating. When we say expense is disallowed, you can't debit your personal expense, ghar ka rent, life insurance as business expenditure. So it's disallowed. When I say it is disallowed and your expense is not 40, but it is, ये 40 था ना यहाँ, तो ये 40 नहीं है, ये 32 है. अगर मैं ऐसे बोलूं, तो your expense is reducing. What is the impact it's having on profit? Profit will increase. So the first one. First one is clear or not? Expenses debited but not allowed. Personal expense, capital expense, depreciation as per books is as per Companies Act, not allowed. Add back. Now, second thing is deduct. In P&L account credit side, if they give you dividend received 2.5 is a part of the net profit. But ma'am, dividend received is taxable on gross basis and other source. Rent received 1.5 lakhs. Just I have taken figure chota chota because concept is important. Rent is taxable where? In house property. So these two incomes, I call it as kachra, garbage. Extra income other than business income credited in the P&L, remove it. If I remove it, my 2.5 and 1.5 is part of net profit. If I remove less, income credited in the P&L, not related to business. These two items are very important. That's why I've given 5-star to it. Add back expenses which are debited, but they are disallowed. Deduct the incomes which are credited, but they are kachra. Either they are not income or they are income which is taxable in other heads. So यहाँ से निकाल दो. Best one which comes every exam is income tax refund. This will come as a pointer, but this is very important. I want to discuss here. Is income tax allowed as business expense? No, because you don't pay income tax only on business. You pay income tax on all the 5 years. Income tax is not allowed as expense. Income tax refund. Income tax refund is not your business income. समझ में आ रहा है? Income tax is not allowed as expense. So income tax refund is not an income. But in income tax refund, 10,500 is interest. That is taxable in income from other source. Clear to all of you? GST and custom duty allowed as expense. GST and custom duty refund, business income. But if you pay GST late, you have to pay interest under section 50 at the rate of 18% allowed. If you pay late with some evasion and all, you have to pay penalty. Penalty is never allowed as business expense. Ma'am, but I am paying penalty because of my business only. Will it be allowed? No. See, I want some buzzing in the chat box. House property khatam ho gaya. Let me see how many of you are connected with me. Can you write your names? Me, whatever is your name, I'll come to know. And I want message from all of you whether this is really helpful or not. मैं तो पूरे confidence से पढ़ा रही हूँ because years I've been doing this. But how much are you grasping and following? ये ऐसे कुछ कुछ जो हम orally कर रहे हैं समझ में आ रहा है? All clear when to do add and less? 2 things. 2 more things. Depreciation as per books, add back. We have debited in P&L, but that is different. Depreciation as per income tax, deducted. ये देखो. अरे what happened? Sorry. Expenses allowed but not debited. Now you debit. So now if you debit, the profit will reduce. So less. Depreciation, scientific research expense, these are allowed to deduct. Some income related to business. Suppose there's a creditor. You purchased 50, you paid 48 in full and final settlement. 2 rupees pada hai. Are you ever going to pay the 2 rupees? No. Then 2 rupees is called as what? Discount received. Treat it as business income or khatam kar. The gist is whatever expenditure is debited and disallowed, add. Whatever income is credited and not allowed, remove. Add depreciation as per books. Deduct depreciation as per income tax. So this add and less is clear to all of you, right? Okay. Now one googly I want all of you to please remember. There will be some items which are neither to be added nor to be deducted. Just write a note. I'll tell you. We gave for advertisement purpose 2000 diaries to all our datas in December 23. Is it allowed as business expense? Yeah. And already added in advertisement. तो क्या करना है? Add या less? कुछ नहीं करना. Legal fees paid to advocate to file our appeal 5,000. Can you pay legal fees to advocate? Yeah, but he's not a regular advocate who does audit. He's an outsider. तो भी legal expense है, allowed है, and it's already debited in the P&L. So what you have to do? Add? No. It's allowed and debited. Less? No. So what you have to do? Nothing. So like this, whenever you feel you have to neither add or less, this is extra information. Just write a very brief note. नोट बहुत लिमिटेड लिखना है मैम, बट स्टडी मटेरियल में तो 8-10 नोट्स हैं. बहुत अच्छे नोट्स हैं बेटा आपको समझाने के लिए. अब आपको वैलियर को नहीं समझाना. इज वेरी स्मार्ट हुज करेक्टिंग द पेपर्स. सो यू राइट ओनली लिमिटेड नोट्स. ठीक है. One of this note you can write. Advertisement expense, legal expenses already debited in P&L account and allowed. Hence no effect given above. Hence no effect given above. Over and out. चलो बस यही था एडलेस का फंडा. अब हम चलते हैं बिजनेस हेड. Evening you can read this part. Chargeability I have cleared it. Sometimes you take license and if you sell the license and all also. Thank you. That if it is very helpful. God bless you. That you trust me, I trust you. You bring the best results and I feel so good, so good, so good when I meet my students and they say I'm from your 2012 batch, I'm from your 2013 batch. और जब उन लोगों से मैं मिलती हूँ एज ए सी आई फील सो गुड कि कुछ तो अच्छा किया मैंने भी. चलो थैंक यू. चलो सो ये पार्ट आप खुद से पढ़ लोगे बेटा. ये हमने सब ऑलरेडी पढ़ा है. बिजनेस इनकम क्या है. Speculative business income you have to keep separately. Method of accounting either you have to follow for business and another source, either mercantile, that is accrual, or cash system, but not hybrid system. ठीक है. चलो. Who said that? Section 145. ICDS I have already written कि एक ना एक MCQ आता है. You don't have to learn, buttify the names of ICDS. But like in accounts, we have accounting standards. In auditing, we have standards on auditing. Like that in income tax, we have 10 ICDS, which are to be followed while computing your business income and your income from other sources. What are those? Who has to follow it? All the SSCs, individual and HUF, only if their books of accounts are audited. That means their turnover is exceeding 1 crore. If they are following mercantile system, they have to use ICDS for computing business income and other source. These standards have got nothing to do with your books of accounts. Only while computing income tax, you need to follow. Now, if there is a conflict between the act itself and ICDS, act will prevail. Act तो घर के बड़े पप्पा है ना. Income tax act के beyond क्या है? ICDS is only a support system. Okay, right beta. Chalo. Now for computation, if you start with net profit, add capital expense, personal expense, donations are not allowed, income tax is not allowed, unreasonable payment to relatives not allowed. See, this add and less list is already discussed in the coming 10 pages in detail. So अभी मैं फिर भी पढ़ रही हूँ. Any payment to your relative above 10,000. I want to repeat. Any payment to your relative above 10,000. Sorry, not relative. Relative को तो unreasonable payment is not allowed. My son is working in my firm. If he's a graduate, I can pay him reasonable salary, beta, not more than that. है ना? Right. Now, payment of expense in cash. In a single day related to business, you cannot make any payment above 10,000 in cash. Above 10,000, you have to pay it by account, pay, check, RTGS, NIFT, all. Okay? Right. And if you are paying to transporter, then up to 35,000 is the limit. Ma'am, if I have paid 12,000 expense in cash, in MCQ, very important. 10,000 tak to allow karo, nahi hota na? Once you make 12,000 payment in cash, whole 12,000 100% is disallowed. Amount transferred to reserve, add back. Kyun? Reserves are not allowed as expense. Reserves are net profit is 50,000. You take and put it in special reserve, dividend equalization reserve investment. उसके एक पॉकेट में से निकाल के अलग अलग डाल रहे, it's not an expense. Depreciation as per books, add back. Other expenses which are disallowed, add back. Expenses of income which is taxable under other heads, add back. Patent and copyrights, add back. Huh, ye patent and copyrights. You know what happens? Sometimes I have purchased a brand. So I paid 25,000 as patent. Whole 25,000 is debited in P&L. Actually, patent is an intangible asset. So this is a capital expenditure. If you have debited, add back 25,000. And because patents are intangible asset, can we claim 25% depreciation? 25% कितना आएगा? 25,000 का 25% depreciation है ना? 6250. Can we claim? Yes. Lump sum expenditure of technical no, add back. Preliminary expenses are allowed 5% of cost of asset or capital and 1/5 every year. So if preliminary expense is 10,000 and they have debited 10,000, how much is allowed, beta? Only 2,000. 8,000 disallowed because preliminary expenses allowed 1/5 every year for 5 years. Next. Income tax, add back. Employer's contribution in excess of 10% of salary. National Pension Scheme, Atal Bima Yojana. Employer is very happy with you. He can contribute 18% of the salary, basic and DA. But allowed is how much? 10%. So 8% if employer has paid extra in NPS for employee, it will be disallowed, added back. Fine and penalties are not allowed. Now credit side. If by mistake they have credited dividend income in P&L, check आ गया तो bank to dividend डाल दिया P&L. But this is taxable in other source. Rental income, remove. Bad debt I'll explain. पीछे एक table है उसके साथ. Income tax refund, remove. Short-term capital gain on sale of shares, asset, that is taxable under fourth head, capital gain. So profit on sale of plant and machinery, loss on sale of furniture, you have to add and deduct. यहाँ से तो निकाल दो. It's not a part of your business income. Gift, even if they are taxable under other source. GST and custom duty refund you have to deduct if earlier not allowed as deduction. If earlier custom duty was disallowed, that time only it was taxable. Now when you get a refund, is it your business income? Interest on IT refund nikal do. Depreciation as per income tax you have to take and you got the profit and gains. Please let me know if my speed is fine. Of course, out of this add less, many we will discuss. 10 years mein highest of hottest days we are having everywhere. I'm from Hyderabad, Telangana, but Maharashtra everywhere. So hope wherever you are sitting, you are taking good care of your health. Other than studies, my hobbies is gardening. So this is my iced tea of my own grown lemongrass. I to say to every student कि झाड़ लगाओ, क्यों पता है? When you see something growing, no, that grows confidence in you also. इसलिए एक तो झाड़ घर में होना चाहिए जिसका मेंटेनेंस इज योर डिपार्टमेंट. नहीं, मम्मी पानी देती है, मम्मी तो देती है ना. So hope you are having some जीरा पानी, सौंफ पानी और drinking proper water and taking care. बीमार पड़ने का टाइम नहीं है. एनर्जी हाई ऑन रखना ही है हमको. चलो, this is the format beta which I already explained you in my notebook notes. Net profit, add expenses which are debited, add income received which is related to business, expenses which are allowed but not debited, deduct. Income which are credited but not related to business, kachra nikal. Chalo, let us quickly start with section 30 to 37. Ma'am, what is this 30 to 37? Allow. See, now if I have to do plus and minus in business head, I should know the format, no? What is allowed, what is not allowed. So section 30 to 37 is allowed. फिर section 40 onwards all disallowed. ये बहुत जल्दी जल्दी हो जाएगा. Like section 30 and 31 says, related to building, plant and machinery which is used for business. Can you allow rent? If you have taken building on rent for business, can you deduct rent? Yes. Repairs? Yes. Insurance? Yes. हाँ, business की asset का सब होता है ना, rent, repairs, insurance. Okay. Next करते हैं. Depreciation. Depreciation as per books is different. See, in books, till the date of sale, we take depreciation. In income tax, in the year of sale, there is no depreciation. In books, we take the depreciation from 1st July if we purchase. पढ़े हैं ना foundation में accounts में. Income tax में asset is used for more than 180 days, full year's depreciation. Less than 180 days, 50%. So now, what are the conditions subject to which you can claim depreciation? Are there any CMA students listening to me now? CA students, of course, you get it as a part of Atlas, but CMA students को exclusive problem आता है 3 to 5 marks for calculation of normal depreciation and additional depreciation. उसको बहुत अच्छे से करके जाना बेटा. I've already given no 5 minutes break now. Can we take the lunch break? अभी तो 12 बजे हैं और थोड़ा देखते देखते खा लो, नींबू पानी पी लो. We'll take a break at 1:30 lunch break. SSC must be the owner of the asset. SSC must use the asset for the purpose of carrying on business. You know, today what is the difference in my teaching which I don't like myself much? वो क्या है पता है? Usually in my class I ask a lot of questions to you all, but now already there is 2-3 minutes ka lag here. If I ask you question and if you answer, then we do the correction and move ahead. It will take a lot of time जो नहीं है हमारे पास. इसलिए आज मैं questions नहीं पूछ रही. SSC must be the owner. He must use the asset for business purpose. 3 ACs I purchased, 2 for concept classes and 1 for my home. I purchased all together. Can I claim 3 ACs depreciation? No. The one which is used at home, that depreciation is not allowed. SSC must be put to use during relevant previous year. ठीक है. So is it mandatory to charge depreciation? Ma'am, इस बार बहुत loss आ रहा है. छोड़ देते हैं. If there is a loss, charge depreciation and increase the loss. But it is mandatory to charge depreciation, that to WDV method. In income tax, you don't have those 5-6 methods. If asset is acquired during previous year or put to use for less than 180 days, 50%, otherwise full depreciation. Yeah. Depreciation does not start from the day of acquisition. It starts from day put to use. Googly point. In one of the CA exam, 5 marks question they asked, and date of acquisition was 8th of September. But we started using it from 1st of December. So, kaun sa date le? The day you started to use the asset. From that day, depreciation will start. In case of spares, standby equipment, fire extinguishers and all, see, God's grace, blessed way, we should not use fire extinguishers, है ना? But आप malls में देखते हो हर floor पे fire extinguisher होते हैं, तो use ही नहीं हुए तो why we are depreciating? Wear and tear, efflux of time, पढ़ा है ना? पड़े पड़े value कम हो जाती है, so you have to charge the depreciation. When I purchase the goods in hire purchase, the hire purchaser, this is hire purchaser. Hire purchaser becomes the owner when he pays the last installment. Till then, anytime if I'm a defaulter, bank will come and seize the asset. Still, I'm allowed to take the depreciation. No depreciation is taken on land. And in income tax, depreciation is charged blockwise. This difference you can read on your own, beta. Yeah, pad loge. Blockwise. What is the block? Building, one block. Plant and machinery, another block, which includes electronics and vehicles. Plant and machinery doesn't mean only plant and machinery factory. I'm into teaching. Then for me, plant and machinery is projector, AC, this camera, my laptop, सब आ जाएगा. किसी की pharmaceutical का store है, pharmacist है, chemist है, तो refrigerator. So all that comes. Third is furniture and fourth is intangible assets. So how many blocks you will make beta in exam? 4 blocks. 4 block बनाएंगे. What will be the cost? Actual cost less subsidy. अगर कुछ है तो. Trial run income. Add interest on loan, capitalize till the asset is ready to put to use. I want all of you to write here AS 16. Till the asset is ready, जो भी interest है उसको capitalize कर दो. Add all the expenditure incurred to bring the asset into present mode. Freight, insurance, loading, installation, sub. GST, when will you add to the cost of asset? If you have not taken input tax credit. If you have taken input tax credit on the capital asset, then don't add it, don't charge depreciation. This is a very important point. And with example, I'll clear it day after tomorrow when I take ITC problems from the past exams. चलो ठीक है, ये actual cost आप कर लोगे. अब देखो format क्या है. Whenever you solve the problem in exam and you have to calculate depreciation as per books, तो you add it back. Depreciation as per income tax जब भी deduct करना होगा बेटा, तो आप क्या करोगे? Opening WD. Add purchases here. Write date of purchase. Why write date of purchase? Ma'am, if it is purchased on August 23, full year's depreciation. If it is purchased on January 24, then not 3 months depreciation, 180 days. Okay? So opening, add purchases, less the sales value, you will get balance for depreciation. Depreciation on above you have to deduct and you will get the closing. देखो एक बार फिर से opening, purchases, total, less sale value. On the balance after deducting sale value, you have to calculate depreciation. That's why they say no depreciation in the year of sale. If it is purchased and sold in the same year, no depreciation. Sometimes there are 3-4 assets. Now this example, can I please request all of you to refer business head, first class, DT Sarathi practice batch. 15 minutes में मैंने समझाया है. How many of you have already seen DT Sarathi के videos? So that you can say, ma'am, we know this. That with this example, like 10-15 problems are solved. अब मैं उतना डिटेल अभी करूंगी तो फिर इसको मैराथन क्या बोलेंगे, ये फिर प्रैक्टिस बैच ही हो गया. I'm also not used to sitting continuously for longer more than 2 hours. 2 hours का ऑफलाइन क्लास भी नहीं मैं नहीं लेती उससे ज्यादा. Are you there with me? Put me some message. Are you promising कि this part you will check? Are you writing notes? House property 5 problems you have to do business head. आज इवनिंग पांचों हेड ही करना है और MTP and GST topics I'll tell you at end. Tomorrow also DT GST topics and practice. हाँ of course GST topics अच्छे से ही करना है जो मैं बता रही हूँ. Nothing to explain in those topics अभी. Already such good revision videos and any doubt you have note down. No, मैं बाद में भी बोलूंगी अभी भी लिख लो 9290065156. This is concept classes number. क्या हो गया, थक गए आप लोग? मैं नॉन स्टॉप बोल बोल के पढ़ा रही हूँ, आप एक मैसेज नहीं कर सकते? Have you seen or not this part earlier so that I can skip? Huh? Like ABC is 160. 3 assets I am having. C, A, B, C. Huh? A alone is sold for 160. So whenever there is profit on sale of assets, it's treated as short-term capital gain, business asset. Loss, short-term capital loss. Ma'am, ऐसा क्यों? Because individual assets का value we are not having. But still B and C asset are there. So the block will go on with nil value. Then I added D. अब पूरे block का value हो गया 50. Charge depreciation 45. BCD. Add E90 135. चारों को बेच दो, short term capital gain है. Loss है तो short term capital loss. Rates. Residential building 5%. For your exam, important is building go downs factories 10%. अच्छा, highest rate of depreciation of 40% है, उससे ज्यादा तो कहीं नहीं. Furniture 10%, building, commercial buildings 10%. Plant and machinery 15%. Only if it is motor car which you are using for transport ना तो ज्यादा use होता है, तो double the depreciation. All energy saving devices and all 40%. Computers including software. Software is not 25%. If you have purchased a branded Tally software, it will be debited along with the computers 40%. Books. Exam mein, if they ask you problem, they'll surely ask books. Huh? Books owned by SSE carrying on the profession 40%. Yeah, there's some lag going on. Now you all have answered yes ma'am, we have done already that part. God bless you. Good. If not, अभी कर लेना, ठीक है? नोट करके रख लो. If you are owning a library, books के ऊपर always कितना depreciation है? 40%. Plant and machinery and all 50%. Technical know-how, intangible assets 25%. Depreciation homework I am giving you in the top 10 questions. Business head में से 10 questions आपको करना है. Already सबके answers भी solve करके दिए हैं DT compiler. Problem number 3. Easy है, but there are too many assets. See, I have written here the date. That computer was not there. This is purchased in January 24. So you remember that 60,000 पे computer है 40, उसका 50% because it is used for less than 180 days. Plant and machinery was 8 lakh. 1 lakh और purchase किया, 1 lakh दिसंबर में purchase किया. ये routine में purchase हो गया more than 180 days. So total is 10 lakhs. 6 lakh sale कर दिया, 4 lakh. Now whenever you charge depreciation block wise, it's all a lump of assets, right? नित्या बेटा, हमने ऑलरेडी आपको बता दिया है कि जीएसटी आपके लिए भी 50 मार्क्स का नहीं है, बट फिर भी वेटेज वाइज इंपॉर्टेंट ही है, because you have open choice. MCQs are there, theory questions are there in GST, and you have open choice over there. 7th, 8th, 9th, 3 questions are from GST, तो कोई एक तो करना ही पड़ेगा. And 10th one is custom बेटा, CMA. Paper pattern आप एक बार देखो, MTP for CMA students. It's a challenge. I तो didn't see anyone has until now solved MTP of CMA Inter because answers ही नहीं आए. पर हमने पूरा उसको कॉन्सेप्ट के साथ सॉल्व किया है. एक बार आप देखो नीचे. सीए स्टूडेंट्स के लिए भी एमटीपी सॉल्व है. आ जाओ ये प्रॉब्लम में. हाँ सॉरी, 10 लाख 811 10 6 गया, 4 लाख बचा. Out of 4 lakh, 1 lakh is used for less than 180 days. And remaining 3 lakh full depreciation. कर लो. Okay? Chalo, that's all. Now I'm teaching you additional depreciation, hot favorite for MCQs or case studies. Case studies या तो residential status से आता है generally, sometimes salary chapter and business side. These are the hot favorite topics. So additional depreciation, enhanced depreciation, 20% of the actual cost. Enhanced depreciation is 20% when you are a manufacturer, any SSE who is a manufacturer, and whatever new asset he has purchased, other than ships and aircrafts, 20% is the additional depreciation he can claim in first year. If new asset used in factory is purchased and is used for less than 180 days, so 10%, abhi 10% aage, hai na? Right. It is not allowed on plant and machinery which is used in office of the manufacturer, guest house or road transport. Whatever asset you are using in factory and yours is manufacturing, तो वो plant and machinery पे 20% additional depreciation over and above your normal depreciation. But it is not allowed on second hand and all. जैसे ये देखो, 2 लाख का plant and machinery purchase की, ओपनिंग था 5 लाख, 2 लाख तो 7 लाख, 5,000 सोल्ड कर दिया. नाउ दे हैव गिवन कि दिस वाज परचेज्ड एंड ऑल, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, इंडिविजुअल असेट्स आर नॉट देयर. व्हाट इज योर नॉर्मल डेप्रिसिएशन? 15%. व्हाई? बिकॉज asset is put to use before 1st October. Additional depreciation, which asset you purchased? 2 lakh, but out of this 20,000 is used in office, on which you will get normal depreciation, but you will not get additional depreciation. 20,000 was previously for the purpose of business. Second hand पे नहीं मिलता additional depreciation, और office पे भी नहीं मिलता, तो this is it. Got what is normal depreciation, what is additional depreciation? Yeah, right. If there is a shift in the business, then depreciation is to be partitioned between the transferor and the transferee according to number of days used. This is the second homework for all of you. Dekho, date of acquisition is immaterial. Date when put to use you will take. I hope you all are getting lot of inputs weightage wise ki how you have to do it. Depreciation is over. I thought of a different combination की 2-3 2-3 heads और छोटे छोटे पार्ट आज, 2-3 heads और छोटे छोटे कल, लेकिन ऐसे नहीं है. वो भी equally important है, your TDS, your deductions, है ना? So this problem I want all of you to do as homework. Second one, I mean say 9th problem, but आपके लिए second top 50 questions जो आप कर रहे हैं. Tea, coffee, rubber development. This is only for CMA students. That if you are doing tea, coffee, rubber development, then whatever profit you comes, up to 40% of profit you can claim deduction, provided that money you keep apart in the NABARD bank and withdraw it only for this purpose. Very simple. Same way, site restoration fund. You know, if you are involved in extracting oils and all, then whatever is your net profit, ये टेबल पढ़ लो बस है. टी कॉफी 40% ऑफ नेट प्रॉफिट यू कैन क्लेम एज डिडक्शन. सीए के सिलेबस में नहीं है ये, तो सीएमए में है. इसको 40% तक सेट असाइड करो, नाबार्ड में डिपॉजिट करो, withdraw and use it only for that purpose. And if you purchase asset, keep it for 8 years. Report of CA mandatory. Site restoration fund, 20% of net profit. Here 40. Here NABARD. Here SBI. Expenditure on scientific research. Okay. 5 minutes mein we can do it. Scientific research is like any R&D work you are doing in-house. Revenue expenditure fully allowed. Capital expenditure fully allowed other than cost of land. Prior 3 years also revenue and capital expenditure are allowed. In case of companies who is involved 100% in the research, R&D के लिए है, biotechnology, drugs, pharmaceutical company, 100% it is allowed. Can you contribute for scientific research outside? Yes, to approved universities, government, national laboratories, IIT institute, 100% is allowed. But अगर आपने scientific research के लिए laptop खरीदे, higher end, 2 lakhs के, and if you have claimed it as 100% expenditure, again on saying, can you claim depreciation? No. And whenever scientific research asset is sold, it will be treated as business income because पूरा expenditure was allowed. ये example कभी कभी MCQ में आता है. Laptop was purchased 60,000, whole expenditure was allowed. After few years, it was discarded for 65. So up to 60, which was business expense, this will be business income, and 5,000 will be over and above the expenditure. If you have got a profit, it will be treated as short-term capital gain. Same thing I have repeated, and then one concept, one problem. That's what routine batch we have. Scientific research हो गया? Yeah. ये कोई गवर्नमेंट का एलिजिबिलिटी प्रोजेक्ट है फॉर रूरल डेवलपमेंट एंड ऑल, डिडक्शन इज अलाउड. Preliminary expenditures are allowed 1/5 every year for 5 years. But till what limit? 5% of cost of project or 5% of capital employed. अच्छा, preliminary expenses are allowed बेटा for all. आपको कहीं डाउट है तो आप लिखते जाओ. I'll give the doubt clearing after I complete this chapter. Here, small latest amendment is that whatever expenditure you have claimed as expenditure, you have to give the proper details of that, proof, bills and all. My preliminary expense project is 11 lakhs. Cost of the project is 30 lakh ka 5%, or can be capital employed 40 lakh ka 5%. Whichever is lower is allowed. So 1,50,000, sorry, whichever is higher is allowed, and 1/5 every. So I'm just revising the provisions. When you check the problem below that, it will be clear. Okay, 35 AD. Have you already solved MTP with me? 1 week before the exam started, I've solved MTP of DT IDT May 24. इतना अच्छा case study दिया. Case study again I'm saying is nothing but a question of 10 marks. That question is based on 35 AD. 35 AD is to encourage special business. Government is allowing revenue as well as capital expenditure. ठीक है. तो cold chain facility, warehousing, crude oil, 2-star above hotel, multi-speciality hospital, housing project, production of fertilizers, inland container depot, storage of sugar, laying of pipeline slurry. These are the businesses where revenue and capital whole expenditure is allowed under 35 AD. Ma'am, if you allow capital expenditure, it will go into losses. That loss, this 35 AD, I can explain over. 35 AD, if you are in those specified businesses, revenue and capital, all the expenditure is allowed. और रेवेन्यू और कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर कितना अलाउड होगा बेटा आपका? हाँ, रेवेन्यू एंड कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर आपका अलाउ होगा पूरा. सो देयर विल बी अ लॉस. दिस लॉस इन द बिजनेस हेड because of 3580 you can carry it forward for indefinite period to be set off in same business. Ma'am, but I opened a 3-star hotel near Madurai. There's a loss. But I already have a hotel in Agra Taj Mahal. There is a profit. Can I set off? 35 AD के problem बहुत interesting है. Don't go into the theory much. समझ में आया आपको? Land and all expenditure is not allowed. See, if you check this problem, cost of land not allowed. You have to write a note. Though business hotel started in 23-24, building related cost is allowed, plant and machinery. So this means there is a loss. And there is already a profit before this. So the loss will reduce. This profit is given in the question. ये देखो. Net profit before depreciation. अच्छा, 35 AD में if the whole building cost is allowed, will you claim depreciation again? No. डबल बेनिफिट नहीं मिलता बेटा. थक तो नहीं गए ना? आर यू ऑल टायर्ड? हाई ऑन एनर्जी. राइट डाउन. AC all clear. And if you have any doubts, write down. This is third homework for all of you. 2 problems I gave in business head. Either you mark it. If you are not having this printout, I'll send. 2 मिनट लगेगा, मैं टेलीग्राम में आप ही डाल देती हूँ. और आप प्रॉब्लम नंबर 17, प्रॉब्लम नंबर ऐसे लिख के रखो. नोट्स के बिना नहीं पढ़ पाओगे ना बेटा. Great to know that. लोग बिजनेस सेट कर रहे थे, कहाँ चले गए? Okay, this is only for CMA students now, but 2 minutes now. I can't say कि CMA के लिए मैं एक अलग session लूंगी. So CA students you don't have, but practically तो it is there. When you purchase a license and say it is for 10 years, every year you can deduct 1/10. That easy it is. इसका सीधा प्रॉब्लम करते हैं तो क्लियर होगा. 100 का लाइसेंस लिया 10 years के लिए, तो every year you can deduct 10. After 3rd year, license is sold for 20. So every year you deducted 10, 10, 10. So after 3rd year, what is हमारा value of the license? 70. Now it is sold for 20. So 50 is what? You have paid for license 100. 10, 10, 10 you deducted 30. Now 70, but it is sold only for 20. Is 50 your business loss? Yes. If I want to do first the example 4. If the whole license is sold for 80, what was the license value after 3 years? 70. It is sold for 80. 10 is business income. After 3 years, license is sold for 120. Original license ही 100 का था. 10, 10, 10 you have written off every year in the P&L account. So 70. And you have sold the license for 120. Then up to 100, it is business income. 100 के ऊपर जो 20 है, it is capital. Okay. But in exam for CMA students, mostly in MCQs, they are asking this bit. If part of the license, what is your license value after 3 years? 70. Part is sold for 25. Abhi bhi 45 hai na beta? Huh? And how many years are still there? 7. So now you can amortize every year 6.43 as license. License fees is allowed 1/10 every year or whatever number of years from the time you pay. License fees 10 lakh. But आपने मार्च तक पे कितना किए? 370. तो 370 divide by 10. Now May 23, next year you paid 6,30,000. So now वहां से 10 years नहीं, total license value is for 10 years. So in the second year you paid 6,30,000. This you will divide by 9. Then you will divide by 8 and so on. Okay. These agricultural extension, skill development. Nowadays we are growing sweet corn, dragon fruit. So a lot of government is helping you in technological update. All that expenditure is around. VRS salary chapter में आपका आएगा detail. But employer's point of view, if employer has to pay 5 lakh VRS, if he has paid 4 lakh, 4 lakh is allowed 1/5 every year. Next year he paid 1 lakh. वो 1 lakh divided by 5 next year से होगा. So whatever VRS is paid, every year 1/5 is allowed. Preliminary expense every year 1/5 is allowed. ठीक है? Other general deductions. हो गए. Major sections we have completed. Section 30, 31, 32, 33, 35. ये हो गए. Ab so many businesses have so many general expense. But if they are related to business, it should be allowed. Like insurance premium. Can the employer pay group insurance for the employees? Yeah. Other than cash. Allowed. Bonus and commission for employees? Yes. Interest on loan. Can employer take loan and pay interest? Yes. Contribution to RPF and approved gratuity fund and all allowed. But if it is contribution to unrecognized provident fund, unrecognized gratuity fund, unrecognized superannuation fund, disallowed. Yeah. Contribution to PF में there's an important amendment and sure chances of getting this in MCQ. ये देखो. Employer's own contribution. Employer भी आपको पता है ना, if my salary is say 100, employer will also put 12 rupees from his pocket and from my salary also 12 rupees he'll deduct. तो PF में कितना जाएगा बेटा? 12%. So employer's contribution can be paid before due date. See, 43B says any expenditure if you have not paid till March 24 due करके you can claim as a deduction but promise you will pay it before due date of filing the return. Due date of filing the return के पहले अक्टूबर सितंबर जो भी है आपका you will pay. So it is allowed. But employees own contribution, it should be paid before due date of the PF 15th of next month. जनवरी का पीएफ फरवरी 15, फरवरी का पीएफ मार्च 15. मैम 15 तक नहीं पे किए तो ड्यू डेट तक पे कर देंगे. दैट इज एम्प्लॉयर्स कंट्रीब्यूशन. इफ एम्प्लॉयज कंट्रीब्यूशन is not paid by 15th of the next month, it is disallowed. Okay. Bed debt I'll explain you now. The simple gist. ये पूरा एग्जाम्पल मैंने खुद से बनाया. रेगुलर क्लास अगेन इट्स I think even in the practice batch, I took 3 to 4 classes for business head. Because with one concept we have done problem. So you don't have to search. It's like DT Sarathi playlist and every day business head part 1, part 2, part 3 is given. So you can go and check the part wherever you feel it is weak and you need help. ठीक है बेटा, चलो. Bad debt is allowed as expenditure. जब कोई डेटार्स ने हमारा बेड डेट किया, it was allowed as expenditure subject to condition, it was shown as sale, and bad debt means bad debt, not provision for doubtful debts and all. Now if bad debt is recovered, is it a business income? Yes. Bad debt is disallowed. When I claimed in my P&L account bad debt as 12 rupees, government said no, this is fake bad debt. You have taken the money from debtors below the table and you're just showing fake bad debt. तभी disallow किया. So after 5 years, if I recover bad debt, is it my business income? No. So bad debt allowed, recovered now, business income. Bad debt disallowed there itself. That time only taxable, now recovered. Now it's not a business income, निकाल दो. अभी 1 day before exam तो इतना बस है आपके लिए. करना है तो ये एक बिट और करेंगे. Bad debt allowed in the books was 1000. Department said okay, 800 bad debt we will allow. So तभी तो 200 rupees they have disallowed. We claimed in P&L 1000. Department said okay, 800 allow. 200 disallowed. Now if I recover 800, out of 800, 200 recovered is already disallowed in that year. So taxable in that year. So how much will be taxable now? 600. Take your time. Take 2 minutes time. Is this clear? After business head again I'll give second break क्योंकि ये बड़े बड़े हैं. फिर सैलरी करेंगे, फिर सैलरी के बाद लंच ब्रेक, फिर अदर टू छोटू छोटूस, कैपिटल गेन एंड हाउस प्रॉपर्टी. और आफ्टर द लंच ब्रेक वी कैन टेक अ ब्रेक एंड अगेन ज्वाइन बैक इन द इवनिंग. पर नहीं, वो कंटिन्यूटी करेंगे तो आपको इवनिंग पूरा जीएसटी और उसके लिए फ्री है ना. लंच ब्रेक लेंगे बट फिर कंटिन्यू करें. Did you check this bed debt part? Yeah. Family planning, because it's for company. Company's assessment is not in your syllabus. But in MCQs, they are asking that if family planning expenditure is done by company, if it is revenue expenditure, fully allowed. If it is capital expenditure, 1/5 allowed. ये मैंने already when I started the class, I explained. GST and custom duty is allowed as expense. Interest on arrears of the GST is allowed, but penalty is not allowed. STT. Security transaction tax is paid to the stock exchange when you buy and sell the securities along with brokerage and stamp duty. So this STT and same commodity CTT is allowed as business expenditure if you do share trading as your stock in trade. Opening stock of shares, purchase of shares, sale of shares, closing stock. तो फिर STT and CTT is allowed as expense. Ma'am, if I treat shares as capital asset in capital gain, STT is not allowed. ये MCQ में बहुत पूछते हैं. Zero coupon bonds, deep discount bonds. You are a bank or a finance company. 100 rupees bonds you have issued deep discount at 82. 18 is your expenditure. You got 18. 82 मिला आपको. 18 आपका expenditure है. वापस आपको कितना देना होगा? 100 face value. Bonds you have issued at discount. And after 6 years you will repay 100. So 18 is the expenditure for 6 years. Every year it is allowed. Mark to market loss. मतलब 31st March को your share value in the book is 5 lakh. But market value is 3 lakh. But मैंने बेचने के लिए थोड़ी खरीदे हैं. Not allowed as business expenditure. ठीक है? General deduction, we all know if it is revenue, it's not capital, it's not personal, it's allowed. Now disallowed list. Amalgamation expense, merger expense are allowed 1/5 every year, but buyback or additional capital expenditures are not allowed. इनकम टैक्स एसटीटी नॉट अलाउड. अब नॉट अलाउड का लिस्ट तो बहुत छोटा है, जिसमें ये आपके एग्जाम में आता है. 5 स्टार, किटकैट, टिकले सब खिलाओ दोस्तों. A taxpayer would not be entitled to any deduction in respect of expenses incurred by him on advertisement in any souvenir, tractor, pamphlet of political party. One side your company's advertisement, another because of ongoing elections, BJP or anything, not allowed. Ma'am, but that means I should not donate. Donate करो ना political party को. 80 GGC में deduction लो, 80G में लो. Not here. It's a very nice one-liner questions. If you can just orally go through it. I'm not having time now अभी इसके लिए तो. But क्या क्या disallow होगा, क्या क्या allow होगा with reason. It's very nice. If you make TDS payment outside India, any payment, royalty, salary, and you miss deducting TDS, 100% disallow. If you make payment in India without TDS, 30% is disallowed. कोई चीज मैंने बोल्ड में लिखा है. Taxes, surcharge says not allowed. Payment to relatives unreasonable is not allowed. वो दिया रहेगा unreasonable. 10,000 above payment in a single day not allowed except if it's a holiday or you're paying to government and all. Changes in foreign exchange rate. Suppose I purchased an asset for $1,000. तब rate था 62. But when I decided to pay after 3 months, it's 65. So 3 rupees the asset cost will increase और उस पे फिर depreciation charge होगा now onwards. And if this is related to my business purchases, my creditors, I have purchased some raw material at 62, but pay करने के time 60 आ गया, तो 3 rupees you can debit as business loss, foreign expenditure alone. 43B I told you. Few payments, if you don't make in March, you have to make before due date of filing the return. Like taxes, employee ko related payment, bonus, interest on loan, and some payable to Indian Railways and all. इसमें add हुआ है एक नया, which can be asked in MCQ. Hot favorite. If you ask a layman who is doing business, what do you know in income tax? They will say tax rates, TDS rates and MSME. बहुत लोग फंस गए इसमें. MSME said that if I am buying my raw material from an MSME, छोटा मोटा है, small and micro enterprise, not medium. So in case of agreement before due date, not exceeding 45 days, I have to pay you. I have purchased my raw material. But MSME is saying, no, Dipti ma'am, we trust you. You take 90 days credit or pay me before due date of filing the return. Not allowed. If you purchase from MSME, you have to pay them before due date or maximum 45 days के अंदर. अगर ड्यू डेट इन अग्रीमेंट इन 90 days, तब भी 45 days में पे करना होगा. If there is no agreement, then payment allowed if payment is made within 15 days. Agreement है तो due date of agreement of 45 days. No agreement तो 15 दिन में पे करो. Raj purchased 50,000 goods from Keval. Okay. Now, if the payment is made on 10/4, 45 days कहाँ खत्म हो रहे हैं? 14/4, 13th March से 14/4. हाँ, उनका अग्रीमेंट हुआ था 14/4. तो 14/4 से पेमेंट की है तो अलाउड है. But agreement was 14/4 and you paid on 25/4. This expenditure is disallowed. Ma'am, but we have paid on 25/4 and अभी तो due date of filing return को तो बहुत time है, September. 43B is not applicable here. Clear to all of you? बहुत डिटेल में बहुत अच्छे से रिवीजन कर रहे हैं हम. When you get tired and you don't want to continue, let me know. थक गए क्या तो ब्रेक लेंगे. थोड़ा सा ही बाकी है बिजनेस है. आई नो बिजनेस इट इज वास्ट ओनली. क्या करें. स्टैम्प ड्यूटी वाला पार्ट आई एक्सप्लेन इन द कैपिटल. 44 series will you do at home? Just I have given here. You have to maintain your books. If you are individual in HEF, if your income exceeds 250 or gross receipts or turnover exceed 25 lakhs. Others, if the income exceeds 120 or gross receipts exceed 10 lakhs. And if you're professional, then gross receipts exceed 150. Here, any of the three preceding here all the. You have to maintain proper books of accounts. Audit karana hoga. If your turnover exceeds 1 crore, if you are a professional and your gross receipts exceed 50 lakhs, you have to get your books of accounts audited. इसमें एक नया clause add हुआ है which I have given in the notebook also. If your turnover exceeds 1 crore, audit करो. If you are a professional doctor, lawyer, chartered accountant, this is all for MCQs. 50 lakh से exceed हुआ तो audit करो. Suppose where your turnover exceeds 3 crore, then you have to get audit. If your cash receipt is less than 5%, all your receipts are online. आपका business ही ऐसा है कि पूरा payment बैंक में आता है, तो hardly less than 5% total receipts है. So for you the audit limit is not 1 crore, it is 3 crore. And this 3 crore will become 10 crore if your total receipts as well as total payment not more than 5% are in cash. I want to repeat, tax audit limit is 1 crore, for professionals 50 lakhs. But only if your gross receipts less than 5% are in cash, rest all comes online in bank. तो 3 crore तक ऑडिट कराने की जरूरत है. 10 crore तक ऑडिट नहीं कराना है. अगर आपका टर्नओवर 10 crore तक है तब भी ऑडिट नहीं कराना है, provided your cash receipts and cash payment less than 5% are in cash. Right. 44 AD. If your turnover is up to 2 crores, show 8% net profit and you are free from maintaining the books. समझ में आ रहा है बेटा क्या बोल रहे हैं आपको? अगर आपका टर्नओवर 2 करोड़ है तो there's an optional scheme, optional है, maintain books 1 करोड़ के ऊपर, but we are saying show 8%. जैसे आपका टर्नओवर 60 lakhs है, 60 lakhs का 8% 4,80,000. See, dear students, they are already allowing 92% all expenditure. 8% you show the net profit, pay the tax. You don't have to maintain the books. You don't have to get audit. This is for whom, beta? 44 ADs. Now, for that is presumptive taxation. No other expenditure is allowed. ये उसी से related problems हैं. Same way we have 44 AD for professionals. Professionals के लिए भी है. Your gross receipt is less than 50 lakhs. Show 50% as net profit. And you don't have to maintain the books. Instead of 50 lakhs, this limit will become 75 lakhs. If all your receipts above 5% are through bank. मतलब आपके gross receipts के सिर्फ 5% cash में आ रहा है, तो instead of 50 lakh till 75 lakhs, you can show 50% in 44 AD is presumptive taxation for business. मैंने दिया है ये रहा. हर जगह मैंने DT कंपाइलर में इतने सिंपल टेबल दिए हैं कि आपको जल्दी से याद हो जाए. 44 AD, 44 ADA. हाँ, नेट प्रॉफिट 8% है आपका. हाँ, if all your turnover is online, then instead of 8%, you can show 6% net profit if all your business is online. 44 ADA में क्या आएगा बेटा? Gross receipts का 50%, यहाँ 8%. टर्नओवर लिमिट है 2 करोड़, यहाँ 50 lakhs. और अगर कैश रिसीट इज नॉट मोर देन 5%, तो ये 75 lakhs. ये 2 की जगह 3 करोड़ और ये 10 करोड़. इसमें आपका पूरा जिस्ट आ गया. You want to click the picture and keep, देखो और शाम में एक बार फिर से देख लेंगे. ट्रांसपोर्टर, if you are not owning more than 10 vehicles anytime during the year, no need to maintain goods. Light good vehicle पे 7,500 income per month per vehicle. Ma'am, but if I purchase the vehicle on 20th of February, तब भी मुझे फरवरी का भी इनकम बताना पड़ेगा 7,500 और मार्च का भी बताना पड़ेगा. Yes. So number of vehicles into 7,500 into per month. This is income. And heavy goods vehicle 1,000 per ton per month. 1,000. बट हैवी गुड्स व्हीकल की डेफिनेशन क्या है? 12,000 kg, मतलब 12,000 kg के ऊपर. सो दीज आर ऑल लाइट गुड्स व्हीकल, दीज आर हैवी गुड्स व्हीकल. ये देखो, इसका आंसर देखोगे ना तो बेटा समझ में आ जाए. हैवी गुड्स व्हीकल, 2 vehicles you have purchased in August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, 8 months. 1 heavy goods vehicle you have purchased in February and March. So 18 vehicles are there. 1,000 per ton, 15 ton. 15 ton कहां से पता चला? यहाँ से. 15,000 kg means 15 ton. 1,000 per ton, this is heavy goods vehicle, and 7,500 per ton is light goods vehicle. ओके, एडलेस की प्रॉब्लम. अच्छा, एक मुझे ये प्रॉब्लम आपको बताना था. इन एग्जाम, मैम, यू हैव taught us net profit add or less. Out of portion something came, they gave receipt and payment. Because you know non-trading don't convert receipt and payment into income and expenditure and all. No, 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 no. From receipts, can you pick up the business income? From the payments, can you pick up the business expenditure? Yeah, and compute the income. Rest all you will be able to do it. So that's all for business head. 11:25 को शुरू किए थे, 12:25, 1 घंटा 15 मिनट लग गया. इसमें तो मैंने डेप्रिसिएशन छोड़ दिया. इज माई स्पीड फाइन? थोड़ा और स्किप करें कि थोड़ा और स्लो करें या बरोबर है? आई एम डूइंग ओनली दोज प्रॉब्लम्स विच आई फील आर इम्पोर्टेंट. एडलेस का पूरा एक प्रॉब्लम मैं टोटल इनकम में करूंगी कल. और आई हैव मेड वन सेपरेट वीडियो ऑल्सो फॉर टोटल इनकम प्रॉब्लम. हाँ, today you can check that. There you will see business head videos. So we are taking a 5 minutes break now. After this, अभी हम income from house other source करेंगे, छोटा वाला. Then we'll take lunch break and then we'll continue the other tools. अभी 5 minutes में जल्दी से वापस आ जाओ. Keep commenting all clear, not clear, or re-explain any doubts if you have. And please comment, are you having DT compiler or not? I'm giving you homeworks कि depreciation का ये problem करना, 11th problem करना. Business head I didn't mark, but there are problems at the end at least. कोई भी 1-2 repeat कर लोगे, सब equally good है. ठीक है? Thank you. Come back soon. हेलो. हाँ. हेलो. यस. हम्म. हाँ हेमा, मेरा क्लास चल रहा है बेटा. एग्जाम चल रहा है ना सीए की, तो शाम में बात करेंगे 6 o'clock. होगा. मैं भी सेव कर लेती हूँ उस दिन भी book. ओके. आर यू ऑल बैक? क्या पढ़े? What you want to do first? House property business head is over. Capital gain. Shall we do? Capital gain में सबसे ज्यादा पढ़ना पड़ता है, and weightage wise it is okay. As good as I can say, I always say capital gain is equal to your set of carry forward deductions. So better study set of 1.5 page. Have you seen one single video of mine? It's a challenge. It's a challenge. कि उसमें set of एक ही वीडियो में सेट ऑफ का कॉन्सेप्ट 30 minutes के अराउंड एंड प्रॉब्लम्स. क्लबिंग का एक कॉन्सेप्ट एंड प्रॉब्लम विल बी क्लियर टू ऑल ऑफ यू. आ जाओ. कम बैक ऑल ऑफ यू. We are doing capital gains. We have completed house property. We have completed business head, capital gain, lunch break, salary and others. मैम आपने अभी तो ये बोला, बस मन किया कि कैपिटल गेन पढ़ा लो तो पढ़ा लेंगे. And thank you so much that you all are having this DT book with you. I've done months of my own efforts. If anyone says, ma'am, teachers are saying, but most of their students are making the notes, it's not true. I don't know if you've seen the depth of the book, one concept, one problem, working notes. Students cannot do the work which we ourselves can do. Right? Chalo. Good, good, good. If you all are having the book, can you please comment in the Telegram and WhatsApp also how far you are using the book and how is it helpful? And promise me my fees of DT marathon you will pay. Ma'am, वो क्या होता है? वो fees है not now. After all your exams are over, we will circulate a feedback form. वो जरूर भरना. ठीक है? I don't want the feedback. More than 2 decades I'm into teaching. I qualified in 1999. Since then I'm in teaching. हाँ, YouTube में इतना active मैं नहीं थी. I was always taking full-fledged only offline classes. Now I'm doing both. So the feedback is like testimonials for you all students. You all want to see the feedback of the teachers. तो ले लो. आ जाओ वापस. चलो. Capital gain, knock knock, chargeability section is section 45. It says you enter this head when you transfer a capital asset. Coming 10 minutes, it might take time. My own made handwriting tables, now I have converted it into my material. How do you decide whether an asset is a capital asset or whether an asset is a long-term asset or short-term? So when you transfer an asset, you enter this head. While transferring that asset, when you enter this head, ma'am, how to know whether this capital gain is short term or long term? Age of the asset, like my age, like your age. That is the way age of the asset is there for your asset. If you're holding the asset for more than the given period, say shares and all, more than 12 months you hold and then sell, long-term capital gain. So tax rate अलग होगा. Within 12 months, if you're buying and selling, फिर tax rate अलग होगा. ठीक है? Right. चलो. Only the important part I'll do in the capital gain. अरे लंच थोड़ा लेट खाना. अरे पार्टनरशिप रह गया. असेसमेंट ऑफ पार्टनरशिप. Let us do that please and then start with the other one. Sorry. Assessment of partnership firm, questions are asked. How much interest you can pay maximum? 12%. That too if it is authorized by the deed. I've got so many feedback that ma'am these examples are making it super clear. ये आप खुद से करना. Ma'am but deed में 18% है तो भी how much interest you can pay on capital? 12%. And if deed is made from June, interest will also be allowed from June. And salary and remuneration, how much you can pay? Up to 3 lakh or in case of loss, 1,50,000 or 90%. On the balance, 60%. So remuneration to partners. Okay. Now say your book profit after doing all add less comes to 290. So 290 ka 90% you can pay. And suppose if it exceeds 3 lakh, then up to 3 lakh, 90% you can pay salary and remuneration. Book profit ka up to 3 lakh. Balance, suppose 4 lakh hai, 1 lakh hai, this 60%. Done. बस इतना सा रह गया था. We have completed बेटा. Thank you so much for being here live with me until now. जल्दी से capital gain chapter करते हैं. Capital gain separately the problem is asked, but अभी in one of the MTP, I think MTP2, they have asked a problem of capital gain. तो उसका जो gist important है, I'll tell you. First of all, what is capital asset? It is any asset related to business or not, tangible, intangible, movable. It does not include stock in trade. It does not include personal effect. मतलब घर का furniture and all, it's not your capital asset. But excluded in that means this is a capital asset, that is jewelry. Gold, silver, platinum, precious stones in any form. Next, rural agricultural land in India. Okay, that is rural means which is used for farming. That is not a capital asset. Special bonds, bearer bond and gold bond. So this is the definition of capital asset. Added in that this year is ULIP, unit linked insurance plans, where they take the risk also and they invest it outside. ऐसी policy है LIC की जिसपे आपको return भी मिलता है. So now, if some conditions are satisfied, amount received on maturity of ULIP will be treated as capital asset. How that capital gain will be calculated, you have it in final. But abhi, any person receives any time during previous year, any amount in ULIP where premium paid in single policy is exceeding 2,50,000. Have you paid for ULIP premium more than 2,50,000 on maturity capital gain? Premium payable for all the policies exceed 250. You have taken 5-6 ULIP policy. Put together, have you paid 2,50,000 premium? A single policy, have you paid 2,50,000? On maturity of ULIP, whatever you receive, it is going to be taxable here. Okay, right. Now, if ULIP is held for more than 12 months, it will become long-term capital gain 112A. सबको मालूम है, this is where STTs charge shares and all. Up to 1 lakh exempt, balance taxable at 10%. Short-term capital gain है तो 15% tax होता है. No STT charged here. Okay. From this year, you all know one more section is added in the asset, that is virtual digital asset. Your cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, all this is taxable. Okay. But you know, if you don't do frequently Bitcoin, you can tax it under capital gain. But if it is purchased in bulk for trading purpose, then virtual digital asset you can treat it as stock in trade, and profit and loss you can take it in business income. Virtual digital asset 30% पे हो जाएगा आपका tax. No expenditure is allowed, no losses. Okay, virtual digital asset पे capital gain लगता है ना. मेरे पास एक पुराना capital loss है. Can I set off? No. Cost of acquisition you will deduct. No indexation is there. कोई और expenditure allowed नहीं है, कुछ नहीं. TDS is also deducted under 194S, 1%. Okay, right. Now, I told you, this part of the table is very important. Age of the asset. Listed securities, units of UTI, zero coupon bonds. If you hold less than 12 months, short term, otherwise long term. Unlisted shares, land and building, 24 months या 2 years तक hold करते हैं तो short term, otherwise long term. Debt oriented fund, unlisted securities, other capital asset, jewelry, plot, BDA, वो सब यहाँ आएगा. More than 36 months, long term, otherwise short term. So it depends upon the age of the capital asset. Short term में no indexation, long term में होगा. On shares and all, short term capital gain under 111A, 15%. 112A up to 1 lakh exempt, next 20%. Other short term capital gain, jewelry and property and all, slab rates. Here 20%. Basic exemption is available. All this is clear in the first lecture of DT Sarathi batch, special income, special rates. ठीक है? Rebate भी मिलता है except long term capital gain on shares. उसमें rebate नहीं मिलता है. From this time they have said, ये एक amendment है, capital gain arising from transfer of market linked debentures. I told you, if you are tired, message me. Why some of you are leaving, again joining? I can know. Yeah, this will be done by 1:30. Then we'll take a break. If you want a break now, tell me. अभी lunch करेंगे, फिर करेंगे. 1:30 हमने decide किया था. 50A. Capital gain arising from transfer of market-linked debentures and units of specified mutual funds. See, if there are some market-linked debentures, now what are there? I've given the definition, but you can skip or week it. या specified mutual fund है, इनको जब भी बेचे it will be treated as short term capital. ठीक है? This is a very nice table about tax rates already cleared to you in chapter 1. Unutilized basic exemption पढ़ाया था. Transfer includes sale, extinguishment, compulsory acquisition, all. There are some transfers, this is exempt, this is a simple theory. Reverse mortgage, I'll explain. Under the reverse mortgage scheme of the government, directly I'm going to that point. Yay. If you transfer the capital asset to banks, as if you have mortgaged your house and if you have taken the loan. So whenever that senior citizen is deceased, they will sell the house, recover their loan amount along with interest and pay the remaining to the legal heir. Legal heir is saying, नहीं, मेरे पप्पा का घर है, मुझे नहीं बेचना है, I don't want to sell. Then you repay the loan and the interest. So any transfer of capital asset under reverse mortgage scheme is not a transfer. You have transferred your capital asset to bank, but it is not treated as transfer. Amount received by senior citizen from bank as loan, monthly, quarterly, it is also exempt. बस इतना सा मालूम होना चाहिए reverse mortgage के लिए. That's why I have given this point in. What's the format, beta? If it is long-term capital gain, sale consideration, less expense, net sale consideration, index cost of acquisition, improvement, सब deduct होगा. फिर exemption भी मिलेंगे कुछ. Short term and long term में only differences, here there is indexation, here there is no indexation. Cost of acquisition is, for example, I purchased 6-inch chain. Cost of improvement is after 2 years I extended the chain by 2 inch. And now I have sold 8-inch ka chain. So When I purchased the building, it was G plus 1 floor. Then I constructed second floor, cost of improvement. Then I sold the whole. If it is long term, you have to deduct this. How I have told many times. Cost of the house was 10,000 in 11-12. तब 184 था. Now you have sold it in 23-24. Now the CII rates are 348. So what was available in 184 has become 348. तो 10,000 का कितना है ना? Cross multiply. It's a very nice problem to learn the format. Yeah. Sometimes you purchase the asset before 2001. Can you see? CII rates are starting in 2001. But if you have purchased the asset in 1992, so you don't have to take cost. अगर आप 1992 का cost 10,000 लोगे, अभी तो 348 में, but we don't have CIS for 1992. Then what they are saying? If the asset was acquired before 1/4/2001, cost of asset will be taken higher of the actual cost or the fair market value on 1/4/2000. They'll give you, even though you have purchased the asset in 1992, what is the FMV that you can get from the corporation's office in 2001. So actual cost or FMV, whichever is higher, you take, and then from there you can start indexation. Here loudly I am saying one googly point asked in the exam is, if FMV of the property in 2001 is 35 lakhs, but stamp duty value is 45 lakhs, then which value you will take? Fair market value is 35 lakhs. Stamp duty value is 45 lakhs. So FMV cannot exceed the stamp duty value. You will take 45 lakhs. But अगर reverse करते हैं, fair market value 35 lakhs है, stamp duty value 25 lakhs है, तो stamp duty value से ज़्यादा नहीं लेंगे on 1st April 2001. Both MTPs, they have given this question. I'll clear it. In case the capital asset is land and building, fair market value on 1/4/2001 cannot exceed stamp duty value. FMV is 50,000. Stamp duty is 45,000. Cost is 50. What will you take? Stamp duty one. Even though the fair market value is more, it cannot exceed the stamp duty value as on 1st April. And then from there you can start the indexation. Acha, 92 I purchased the property. I am taking the FMV of 2001. Then if any addition or improvement I have done between 1992 to 2000, you have to ignore it. Ma'am, ऐसा क्यों? You have purchased in 92, 27 लाख में एक बिल्डिंग, 97 एक और फ्लोर कंस्ट्रक्ट किया, but in 2001 you are taking the whole building value which includes cost of acquisition and cost of improvement. तो you will ignore. अलग से क्यों लेना है? You purchased the building in 92 beta, but 97 you have done the improvement, and all that put together you have taken in 2001. That's why if there is any improvement before 2001, you have to ignore. Very important point for solving the questions. See, for sometimes if I get asset as gift from my Dadaji, this transfer is exempt. So I got gift from my Dadaji a house. For me, no capital gain for my Dadaji, because this is transfer or gifted to relative. Now, when I sell the property, what is the cost? Nil. My Dadaji gave as gift. So, can we take the cost of previous owner Dadaji? Yes. You can take the cost of the previous owner who has paid for it. In case of partition of HUF, gift, will, inheritance, liquidation and all. Huh? But in case of gift, will, inheritance, you can take the cost of the previous owner. You can take the indexation also of the previous owner. This is as per a Bombay High Court's judgment. ठीक है? ये देखो. gifted the property and then sold. This is exempt. This is taxable. Can we take the cost? Mrs. Raj, तो she got gift from husband. तो कोई cost नहीं है. Raj का cost लेंगे तो indexation can we take from 2008? Answer is yes. Cost of acquisition. Yeah. All of you are following or not? Capital gain chapter में ना कोई एक फ्लो में नहीं जा सकते. ऐसी बास्केट बहुत बड़ी है. ये भी है, ये भी है. तो ब्रीफ में किए तो it is enough. This you can leave off cost of acquisition. Cut it. छोड़. Such nice my own created example pointers and so. You have purchased a land. You converted it into stock in trade in 16 and 17. So land capital asset converted into stock in trade means sold. But abhi money you have not received. No. You had land as asset or you had jewelry as asset. Now in 2016-17 you opened a jewelry showroom और घर का jewelry भी लगती है. But abhi it is not sold. So no tax is payable here. Even though fair market value is 8 lakhs. I have sold this stock in trade in 23, 24 and 9 lakhs. So when capital asset is converted into, these are all special cases. 3 special cases are there in your material. Capital asset is converted into stock in trade. Stock in trade is sold. Now can I pay the capital gain? Yes. But stock may, this when I converted my asset into stock in trade, fair market value is the sale consideration here. And that is the cost here. So business के लिए तो cost कितना है यहाँ 8 lakh. Business, see business will buy the jewelry or the land from others also and from self also. 8 lakh fair market value. Sold for 9 lakh business income. And capital asset sold in 16-17 when it is converted, it is a transfer but not taxable. So we are taxing it in 23-24. But long-term capital gain के लिए indexation will be only till 16 and 17. Cutoff is 16 and 17. So 2003 index was 105, 16 and 17 264. 105 में जो मिल रहा था वो 264 का हो गया है. तो 5 lakhs का कितना? No formula. If you want to know formula, it is cost of acquisition 5 lakh into CII of transfer 264 divided by CII of purchase 105. कोई बात नहीं. ठीक है? Once again I want to repeat. When capital gain is converted into stock in trade, there is capital gain. Index will be allowed only here, but capital gain बाद में pay करेंगे. And fair market value is sale consideration for year. ये देखो, sale consideration is the cost for business. मैंने तो अपना capital asset आपको दे दिया. ये लो 8 lakhs. Business के लिए 8 lakhs is purchase value. Next concept. Compulsory acquisition. These pointers are very nice. Please read it when you practice the questions. You want me to read, then comment below. मैंने तो इसके भी point छोड़ दिए. आपको पढ़ना है तो मैं अभी पढ़ दूंगी. Capital gain is calculated in the year when stock in trade is sold. Sale consideration is the FMV. Even though tax liability is deferred till 23-24, indexation only till 16 and 17 because that's the year of transfer. Capital gain के लिए fair market value minus the cost. Business के लिए the consideration minus the fair. वही जो आपको समझाया. The year when government compulsorily acquires your property, no capital gain. ये देखो diagram देखो. 12 में I purchased a building. 16 government compulsory acquired. No tax. Metro project के लिए government ने compulsory ले लिया मेरा demolish करके. They are going to pay me money. I don't know when, how much. 17 sale consideration is decided. Abhi decided? No. They have not given you the sale consideration. No tax. I received compensation in September 23, 8 lakh. Now can I calculate the capital gain? Yes. but indexation only till 15 and 16. Because in 15 and 16, the asset was transferred compulsory. Even though capital gain is deferred, indexation only till 15 and 16. I fought with government. 8 lakhs is not enough. मेरे को और पैसे चाहिए. So they gave me 1 lakh extra. Directly taxable. Because here only I have discussed sale consideration minus my cost of acquisition. Whole I have deducted here. So sale consideration was 8 lakh. Cost of acquisition was 5 lakh. 3 lakh we have taxed. Now additional sale consideration 1 lakh. What will be the cost? Nil. 1 lakh is a part of 9 lakh. तो पूरा 1 lakh directly taxable हो जाएगा. Best example I am giving. Sale consideration is 8 lakh. Cost of acquisition is 5 lakh. 3 lakh is capital gain. I fought 8 lakh बहुत कम है, मेरे को और पैसे चाहिए. Government gave enhanced compensation. What will be the cost, beta? Nil. पूरे का पूरा taxable हो जाएगा ना. So in short, 9 lakh asset I have sold for 5 lakh का cost है, 4 lakh profit आया. बात तो वही है. Enhanced compensation 1 lakh will be taxable, cost will be nil, and because 1 lakh I received late, they will give me interest on enhanced compensation, which will be taxable under income from other sources. 50% standard deduction. Every second exam they give. Enhanced compensation which you got for compulsory acquisition of your property from government. Government gave you what, beta? क्या दिया government ने आपको? Government ने आपको क्या दिया? इंटरेस्ट. मैम इंटरेस्ट तो कैपिटल एसेट से रिलेटेड है, स्टिल इनकम फ्रॉम अदर सोर्सेस. ओके. बट 50% स्टैंडर्ड. मैम विल यू डू मैराथन फॉर अस आल्सो? सीएमए स्टूडेंट्स, यू आर नॉट लेस देन सीए स्टूडेंट्स. आप कोई भी अलग नहीं हो, पर मेरा भी थोड़ा एनर्जी लेवल देखो. अब ऐसा नहीं है कि सीए के लिए कर रहे हैं, आपके लिए नहीं कर रहे. सीए एग्जाम पहले है तो पहले यूज कर ले रहे. दे कैन ऑल्सो डू, यू कैन ऑल्सो यूज. नो बेटा. You want to see one problem? Government compulsory acquired in June 2017. No capital gain. I think you'll be able to manage this. Debentures are converted into shares. Exempt, no capital gain. But when the same shares are sold, capital gain लगेगा. Debentures को redeem करते वक्त company has to pay me cash. Company saying I don't have cash, I'll give you shares. I said okay. So when debentures are converted into shares, no capital gain. Same shares when they are sold, capital gain लगेगा. हाँ. What will be the cost of the shares? Cost of the debentures. Indexation कहाँ से शुरू होगा? The day debentures are converted into shares, because that's the day shares are born. Right shares and bonus shares. If bonus shares are issued, you know the ratio and all how to do. And if right shares are issued after the bonus issue, the bonus will be right. When I am getting, I have 500 shares. Company is giving you 1:1 right share. I don't want a single right share. 500 into 2000 rupees mein I renounced by right in the favor of Karan. Karan, now I have renounced the right to you. So is this a gain for me? Short-term capital gain, no tax. I think better we do an example. It will be clear. पूरा एक example में clear हो जाए. देखो. Joy is having 1000 share. Company gave bonus 1:2. One bonus share for every 2 head. ठीक है? Okay. Now company offered right share 1:3 at 15. So one right share for 3. So one right share for 3. तो 1500 के बदले कितने right share मिलेंगे बेटा? 500. अब देखो. Joy purchased 60% and 40% he renounced. Joy, you are getting how many right shares? 500. Joy is saying, I want to buy only 60%, 300 into 50. 40%, अरे 5,500 का 40%, 200 he wants to renounce in the favor of third person. So this, I'm not selling my shares. I'm selling my right to purchase 500 shares. I purchase 300, 200 aap le lo. Against that you give me 3 rupees per share. This is treated as straight short-term capital gain MCQs. हाँ, Smile will pay 15 rupees right share की value to the company also and 3 rupees to me also. तो उसके लिए 3,600 cost होगा. ठीक है? These are all simple problems. ESOP जल्दी से करते हैं. शेयर का फेयर मार्केट वैल्यू 230 है. You are giving to employee at 180. 50 rupees is cost to the company and 50 rupees is taxable in the hands of employee as salary purposes. Employee, why you are getting 230 ka share at 180? You are getting profit. So 50 rupees. Now when employee sells the shares, though he has paid 180 cost, but on 50 he has paid tax, na? So 230 he can deduct as cost. ESOP. Clear? Buyback of shares. Domestic company shares company is purchasing. See, your name is Alexander. You sell shares in market or you sell to me. आपको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. But company, I can buy my own shares. अब why buyback? It's a collar tight position. बहुत सारा law और account से जो मैं अभी आपको नहीं पढ़ा रही. Buyback of shares, company can purchase its own shares and cancel. Is it taxable as capital gain in the hands of shareholder? Yes. But they have shifted the responsibility to company. Who? Income Tax Act. On buyback of shares by domestic company, company is paying 23.296% tax. Ma'am, ये कैसे आया? 20% tax, 12% surcharge, और tax plus surcharge पे 4% cess. 23.296% tax on buyback of shares is paid by the company. Same buyback is exempt in the hands of shareholders under section 1034A. ये छोड़ दो. Joint development of property भी अब नहीं है, मैंने रखा है छोड़. Liquidation में आपको other source में slum sale. The day I decide to retire and I'm no longer going to teach, I can sell my academy, जिसमें कैमरा है, प्रोजेक्टर है, फर्नीचर है, बुक्स हैं, गुडविल है. So I have sold my whole business lump sum slum sale 50B. Yeah. So how to calculate the capital gain in case of slum sale? If any of the asset, I have transferred you all the asset 50 lakh. So one option is 50 lakhs में how much you gave me for building, how much you gave me for projector, how much you gave me for camera. वो अलग अलग करो. कोई actuary valuer को बुलाओ. Or else you can do slum sale easily. If any of the asset is long term, it will be long term capital gain, but there will not be any indexation. So they say for depreciable assets transferred, take WD. For other assets, take book value. Goodwill and all nil. Revaluation किया है asset का तो निकाल दो. Liabilities take at book value. So assets minus liabilities will give you the net worth. So if I've sold you for 50 lakhs and if my assets are 60 lakhs, my liabilities are 55 lakhs. So my net worth is 5 lakhs. Capital gain आ गया 45 लाख हो गया. Slum sale में how do you value your net worth of the business? Take all depreciable assets at WDV, non-depreciable asset book value, and all liabilities. And any change in the value of the asset on account of revaluation shall be ignored. Slum sale. Problems are very easy. I can assure you, बेटा आप लिख लो. Slum sale का ये question आप करना घर में 15th वाला. Slum sale practice question number 50. If it comes, same question will come in exam. Yes, stamp duty value आ गया. Hot favorite in capital gain in exam. In MCQ, in case studies, in problem solving. If actual sale consideration is less, stamp duty value. I have purchased the property from you from 65 lakhs. But when we went to registrars, they said, no, Dipti ma'am, ये property की stamp duty value है 85 lakhs. Stamp duty value 8% भी आपको 85 lakhs पे देना होगा. So for sale consideration, what will you take? Stamp duty. If actual consideration is less, stamp duty value is more. Take stamp duty value. If actual consideration is more, stamp duty value is less. तो actual consideration जो actual में अगर आपने ज़्यादा लिया है तो ज़्यादा ले लो. Now between actual sale consideration and stamp duty value, we are going to valuation officer. Valuation officer तो और exceeding the stamp duty value. Stamp actual sale consideration, stamp duty value. Valuation officer तो और smart 110. We will say no, chup chap. We will accept the stamp duty value. If valuation officer is high, accept stamp duty value. If valuation officer is low, yeah, then take the sale consideration. ठीक है. If actual valuation का value कम है 70 lakhs से तो 70 lakhs ले लो valuation officer की. ये देखो, stamp duty value is more, take stamp duty. But if stamp duty value is more up to 110%, then ignore. Your actual sale consideration is 65 lakhs. And stamp duty value is 66 lakh. Ma'am, आपने बोला था ना stamp duty value ज़्यादा है. But 10% means plus 6.5 lakh. Till 10% difference, take actual sale consideration even though it is low. If I'm confusing you, message me. If it is all clear, message me. If stamp duty value up to 110%. Ignore. Stamp duty value ज़्यादा है तो भी actually ले लो. Stamp duty value is more than actual sale consideration by 110%, तो फिर वो ले. If actual sale consideration is more, take that. Value by valuation officer is more than stamp duty, तो stamp duty चुपचाप ले लो. Because stamp duty was more, you went to registered value, तो उससे भी ज़्यादा है, तो take stamp duty. But if valuation officer is less than stamp duty, take valuation officer. Now, stamp duty value, which one you will take? On the date of agreement, if they'll give you two stamp duty value. So stamp duty value on the date of agreement you will take if part of amount is received other than cash. You know, we have done agreement to sell the property today, 1st April 2023, and you gave me token amount by RTGS, NEFT, UPI modes. Then today, if you gave cash or you didn't give, then registration happened on 15 June. So for stamp duty value. If part or no consideration is paid in cash, then you have to take the stamp duty value on the date of registration. ठीक है? They'll give you two stamp duty value. Whenever you take sale consideration as per stamp duty value, you have to write as per section 50C. तो ये हो गया आपका स्टैम्प ड्यूटी वैल्यू. अब जल्दी से आ जाते हैं एडवांस को. प्रॉब्लम्स बहुत हैं. You need not do study material. You need not do other books if you have done these problems. I'm not saying this for other chapters, but इसके लिए तो मैं challenge करके. Theory question. Someone was asking, no. Reference to valuation officer. What are the cases? When you feel that value so claimed is less than the FMV or there's a difference by 15% or 25,000 and all. advance money received. Yeah, so many times we sell the property and we receive the token amount, later the deal is cancelled. So I'll forfeit that amount. I'll keep that amount. Can I keep it in my pocket? No. Is it my income? Yes. So if advance amount is forfeited after 1/4/2012, it will be taxable under income from other sources. If it is forfeited before, then you have to reduce it from the cost, and on net you have to charge the indexation. I've solved a problem with both the options. Usi ke niche. That's why I'm saying it is superb to learn the concept, and this video is very helpful. Share it with your final friends. So many CMA final students say I'm writing the exam with job in December और मेरा ब्रेक हो गया है बीच में इंटर के बाद. तो ये रिविजन वीडियोस देखो जिससे अगेन यू विल बिल्ड अप द. चलो, all exemptions can be do very fast. 54 is sell the house, buy the house 2 years forward, construct 3 years forward, 1 year backward. 54B, sell agricultural land, urban or rural, and buy rural land. But farming should have been done over there. 54D, sell land, building for industrial undertaking, and buy land and building. City से आप पूरा factory shift कर रहे हो बाहर, तो you can claim 54D. These are hot favorite in the exam. 54 EC says sell anything, land, building, long-term capital gain, and buy bonds to save the capital gain. See, मैंने property बेची, but I don't know. घर बेच के घर लिया तो 54, but I don't want to buy the property. Then can I put it in bonds to reduce my capital gain? Yes. 54EE, sell anything, any capital asset, and buy units of specified mutual funds. 54G and GA go together, so we will do that. Sell land, building, plant and machinery to shift from urban to rural. So land, building, plant and machinery you sell in city, and you go and make a cottage industry in a village. So you can claim exemption, whatever cost you have purchased. Sell land, building, plant and machinery in urban and establish it in SEZ. This is urban to rural, this is urban to SEZ. Last but hot favorite is 54F. Individuals and HUF can claim any long-term capital asset you sell and you buy a house. Here, घर बेच के घर ले रहे हैं 54 में. Here, sell anything and buy house. Okay, 1 year backward, 2 year, वो सब same है. Capital gain or investment, whichever is lower. Only here exemption is in this flow. Am I going little fast? Investment in new asset. मतलब if you have sold, पीछे एक example भी है आपका, वही पढ़ लूंगी मैं आपको 54F के. 54F, ये देखो. You have sold jewelry. There's a capital gain of 25 and you invested in house 35. So generally it is investment or capital gain, whichever is lower. But here it is, if your sale consideration is 100 and your capital gain is 25, why did you just invest 35? Jewelry बेच के घर लिए ना, तो सिर्फ 35 का लिए, तो proportionate capital gain will only be exempt in 54. Is the formula clear? नेट सेल कंसिडरेशन में कैपिटल गेन कितना है 25, सॉरी 100 में 25, तो आपने इन्वेस्ट कितना किए 35, प्रोपोर्शनेट ही मिलेगा. और बाकी ऑल द अदर घर बेच के घर लो एंड बाय बॉन्ड्स एंड ऑल, इट्स लाइक कैपिटल गेन और इन्वेस्टमेंट whichever is low. Clear? NHAI REC bonds you can't buy more than 50 lakhs in this year and next year put together, upper limited. वैसे ही capital gain from one residential house is above 2 crore, you can buy one house. But if the capital gain is up to 2 crore, You can buy 2 houses. See, छोटे मोटे लोगों के लिए where the capital gain is less than 2 crore, you can sell one big house and buy 2 small house for your children. CGA scheme क्या है? See, you said, ma'am, that sell the house and purchase the house 2 years forward, 3 years forward. So all this time limit starts from the day. For purchasing of bonds, only 6 months time is there. Huh? तो एग्जाम में देते हैं डेट ऑफ ट्रांसफर इज 1 सितंबर 23, बॉन्ड खरीदे 1 अक्टूबर 24 को, कैन दे क्लेम? नो, ओनली 6 months टाइम. नाउ कम टू दिस. From 1 September 23, 2 years forward, I have sold a house. I can buy house or I can construct. But my year is completing on 31st March 24. So can I put this money 31st March 24? So can I put this money in CGA scheme, capital gain account scheme? It's a separate bank account wherein you put the sale consideration. Or आप exemption ले लो. Promise, we've sold the house in coming 2 years. We'll purchase, or 3 years we'll construct. So you can withdraw from capital gain account scheme only for this purpose. If you do it for any other purpose, it will become taxable. Okay, so majorly I have covered. You know, when you sell the house and buy the house, exemption revocation बोलते हैं, वो एक concept रह गया, वो भी करा देते. ये रहा 100 में बेचे 75 का index cost and you purchase the house. Now we told you this new house should not be sold for the next 3 years. You immediately sold it for 40. So what will happen, that what is the cost of the second house? First house you have sold for 100 and purchased second house for 25. अब ये second house भी बेच दी, तो cost of the house will be reduced with this exemption. You availed exemption and you revoke. बोला था ना 3 साल में नहीं बेचना, बेच दिए. So nil and 40 will be taxable. This is what institute, both CA and CMA is asking you to do. Logically it is second house is sold for 40, cost कितना है 25, तो 15. और ये जो cheating करके 25 लिया था, that also makes it taxable. Answer comes same. The gist is, whenever you sell the house, buy the house, second house you should not sell for 3 years. If you sell, exemption is revoked, you have to reduce the cost till the exemption awaits. That's all for the capital gain chapter. Only thing I have skipped in capital gain is the taxability part. ये भी problem बहुत अच्छा है, share से related. Even this one very easy, but up to the mark. Stamp duty value and सब आ जाए. घर बेच के घर लिए, bonds लिए. Ma'am, can we do all? Can we sell the house and buy the house? You should not own more than one house and all. Yeah. Can you buy the bonds also? Yeah. You can avail more than one exemption. I'm just checking till the end. It's a very nice problem from study material. Different cases of capital gain. What will you end up paying tax? I think out of this, any one can also be asked in exam. That's all for this. Now we are taking a lunch break. Exactly 20 minutes के बाद हम वापस मिलेंगे. Continue कर लेंगे. Only salary and house property is left. And at the end, I'll tell you what to do in GST today and what to do in income tax. Again, tomorrow morning, we'll do deductions, TDS, tax rates, and choto of the topics. 10 o'clock. 10, 15, 11, 15, 12, 15, 1, 15, 140. 3.5 घंटे हो गए नॉन स्टॉप. सच होने की कीमत में सपने कीमत मांगेंगे, जाग के रातें कीमत तुम भर देना. दिस अ सॉन्ग का लाइन्स. आई एम जस्ट सेइंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू, ये हार्ड वर्क तो करना पड़ेगा. चलो. I'll keep the class as it is. We all can take a break. Exactly, it's 1:40. We are meeting at 2 o'clock to complete the salary chapter.
जिंदगी में हो, ताकि जब जिंदगी तुम्हें पलटे तो समझाओ जिंदगी
Current పోయినా కరెంట్ పోయినామా Are you all back? किधर गए हम मोबाइल फोन? Are you all back? ऐसे होता है जब दोनों जगह पे ऑन है तो. One minute, dear students. All of you are there in the capital gain also? Okay, so now we have to do two heads, one income from other sources to very small, and another one we have to do is salary. तो पहले सैलरी से स्टार्ट करते हैं. एक्सक्लूसिव प्रॉब्लम कम्स फॉर सैलरी इन CMA एग्जाम for 7 to 8 marks. Very easy. Allowances, perquisites, generally that. Sometimes retirement benefit, but weightage of retirement benefit is actually only if you say in your MCQs. And for CA students, salary comes for 10 marks as your case study. हाँ? तो पूरा सैलरी का डिटेल दिया रहेगा and you will have to do. Is the volume sound everything clear? Continue करें. चलो. So salary chapter, the chargeability section says section 15. If there is employer and employee relationship, you come inside the salary chapter. Yesterday only we have done amendments in GST. There also, if director is full-time director working in a company, there's an employer and employee relationship, and GST is not applicable as per Schedule 3, negative list. Okay. If he's a part-time director giving service to many companies, then GST is applicable on reverse charge mechanism and company should pay the GST. So basically here also it is that salary, whatever comes from employer to employee is all taxable here under the head salary. Now salary we will divide into three parts. When the employee is going out, he gets lot of retirement benefit. But in the retirement benefit, there are government limits which are important. How to calculate is important. And whenever employee is retiring, please check the date of retirement. If he is retiring in December 23, you have to take the salary of 9 months. Ma'am, I did the whole problem correct, but I took salary for, say I did the whole problem correct, but I took salary for 12 months. Gone. If it is a retirement problem, be careful that salary may not be for 12 months. Okay? And allowances are the fixed amount received by employee from employer. Mostly all are taxable. Some are exempt under section 1014 or 1013 है वो हम करेंगे. Perquisites are benefit received from employer to employee in kind. Not exactly in money terms, but some kind of reimbursement done on. Mostly all the perquisites are taxable. Some are exempt, like very popularly asked is medical facility provided in government hospital or hospital maintained by employer is exempt. So like this, we are categorizing the salary chapter. Okay. So let us quickly begin, hoping you all are having DT material. Otherwise, just I shared it also. Yeah, capital gain, this last problem without fail you do. It will help you to calculate tax by different ways. Okay. So everything is covered in the salaries like basic. What is DA, dearness allowance? Many times it is paid as percentage. Now let me tell you dear one thing. DA, whatever you receive, whether they write in terms of employment or they write not in terms of employment, whatever DA you receive is going to be taxable. But if they write not in terms of employment, means for other definitions, you will not include DA. Those who are already using the DT Sarathi compiler, did you see the table at the end of the chapter where all the definition of salary I have given together, all the retirement benefits I have given together? अभी हम वहीं से करें. That chart, if you know, you have done this. ठीक है? So DA is going to be taxable if it is considered in retirement. Add it in salary for other calculations. If not, don't add it. Allowances, perquisite, retirement benefit, gross salary. Only 3 deductions are allowed from salary. One is standard deduction. Standard deduction, which is up to 50,000, and this is allowed in both the regime, the default tax regime as well as the normal tax regime. Next is entertainment allowance deduction. This is allowed only for government employees. कैसे अभी देखेंगे. And PT. You know the employer employee all have to pay PT. So if employer pays your PT, add it because it's a benefit. Why your PT 5,000 is paid by your employer? Add and then deduct. So what deductions are given to employee? Standard deduction and profession tax. If employee himself is paying PT, just deduct it. If employer is paying, add it and then deduct it. Entertainment allowance कैसे मिलेगा अभी हम आपको बता देंगे. Salary is taxable on advance or receipt basis, whichever is earlier. Yeah, this is asked many times in the exam. Foregoing of salary, suppose I'm a die-hard devotee of Lord Ganesha and there's a Ganesh Pandal down and function is going to go for Ganesh festival. I say, sir, don't pay me salary this month. Keep it as donation. So I'm trying to forego or sacrifice or divert my salary. Can I say salary income? Why is it taxable? I too didn't enjoy it. So whether I receive the salary or I directly say to my boss, give the salary to my son or to Ganesh Pandal, it is going to be chargeable to tax because it is called as application of income. Same way, there's a voluntary surrender of the Salaries Act in the central government. There, if you surrender your salary is exempt. Salary received by UNOs and all is exempt. Yeah. Director sitting fees is taxable in other source, and otherwise if he's a full-time director, employee relationship है तो section 192 में TDS कटेगा और यही taxable होगा. Otherwise if he's a part-time director, then you can treat his professional income as business income or other source, and then TDS will be deducted under 194G. Salary received by a working partner from a partnership firm will never come in salary chapter. He is receiving salary because he's an active working partner, but then he's a partner. There is no employer-employee relationship between a partnership firm and partner. Hence, salary received by partner will always be taxable under business head. Never it will be taxable under salary. Honorarium. See, I'm not an employee of Osmania University in Hyderabad, but I'm a visiting faculty and they pay me some nominal amount for my guest lectures. So there's no employer-employee relationship. So such kind of payment receipts are taxable in income from other source. DA received is fully taxable, but only if DA is considered for retirement, it will be taken in calculation of salary for other calculation. But जो भी DA मिलेगा वो taxable तो है. Deductions we have seen standard deduction. Yeah. Entertainment allowance deduction is given to government employees like peanuts. Since I have studied as a student income tax 1997. That's the same year I cleared income tax. I was a group 2 in first attempt. तभी ये group 2 में था. So deduction allowed is 5,000, 1/5 of salary or entertainment allowance. Entertainment allowance deduction is allowed only to government employees. 5,000, 1/5 of salary or actual entertainment allowance. ठीक है? PT add करके deduct करेंगे या जैसे भी है. Now this compiler is having one concept, one problems. Now we are starting with the retirement benefit. Gratuity. On retirement, if you are giving gratuity to employees and it's a government employee, exempt. Other employees. Are you covered under the Gratuity Act or are you not covered under Gratuity Act? They'll give you. Whether you are covered or not covered, least of the 3 is exempt. But how to calculate least? 1 and 3 are same. Actual amount of gratuity received. Government limit 20 lakhs. Government limit 20 lakhs is for the lifetime. Okay. So actual amount of gratuity क्या है बेटा? Same है. Then 20 lakhs. Government limit for the lifetime. Now, if you are covered under Gratuity Act, then 15 days salary, 15 by 26 into last month's salary into number of years worked. Each completed year of service or part thereof. So 10 years and 7 months. Fraction भी लेंगे 6 months के beyond 11 years. 10 years and 5 months 10. समझ में आ रहा है आपको? So half month salary, ma'am. Why 26? Because if you are covered under Payment of Gratuity Act, each month is equal to 26 days. बाकी तो Sunday होते हैं, हाँ? So last month salary into half month, 15 by 26 into completed years, including fraction. Fraction up to 5 months छोड़ दो, 6 month onwards ले लो. If you are not covered under Gratuity Act, how much is exempt? Actual amount of gratuity received 20 lakhs. ये तो same है. Here, half month. Some of the books are writing it as 15 by 30 into last 10 months average salary into completed years. Here, fraction is to be ignored. Fraction is to be ignored. Here, last month salary means salary and all the DA. Considered for retirement benefit or not, sub DA ले लेंगे. Salary drawn means salary last drawn by employee and includes all the DA. Whereas if you are not covered, salary means basic. DA, if it is considered, कभी कभी DA is 1000, but considered for retirement benefit is 60%. So DA will be taxable for 1000, but यहाँ पे हम कितना लेंगे for this calculation? 600. Commission, if it is based on turnover. Are you all following? This chapter is just like maths. Concept हमने पढ़ा house property, business head में. ये तो पूरा is like maths only. तो जल्दी से हो जाए. These are all government limit. Suppose I work 5 years with Mr. T. John and he gave me gratuity 2 lakhs, which is exempt. Next, I am working with Shivam. What will be the government limit? 18 lakhs. 20 lakhs is the government limit for lifetime. Are you all clear following with me? How can all of you sit so silent if you're attending live classes? Can you keep it more interactive? Unless I do understand, if you're doing through mobile phone, तो थोड़ा सा टाइम लगेगा वापस chat mode में जाने के लिए. And if you're doing through laptop or tabs, you can. Now, these are all gratuity problems. I'm not diving into any of the problems. You do it in the evening. Problem for all the 5 heads. It's a very beautiful question. He's not retired and still he receives gratuity. As soon as you receive gratuity, you start calculating. Array, but if he's not retired and if he receives retirement benefit, then it will be fully taxable. This calculation, actual amount of government limit और ये सब only if he is retiring. ठीक है? Right. ये सब हमने आपको करा दिया. Now pension. You know what is commuted pension? Lump sum pension. When the employee is leaving the organization, employer says, okay, I'll pay you 5,000 per month for 5 years. This is called as uncommuted or monthly pension. Though you are retiring, still it will be taxable in your hands in salary. But the employee is deceased, then this will be taxable in your family members as family pension income from others. So, समझ में आ रहा है? Even after retirement, if the employee is getting pension, salary head में tax होगा, standard deduction भी मिलेगा. चलो, 5,000 per month. So what is 5,000 per month? Uncommuted. Uncommuted pension means pension received by employee periodically and it is taxable as salary in the hands of all employees. Monthly pension is taxable for all. Now commuted pension means lump sum pension. Yeah. So lump sum pension encashed and taken by employee. So you are saying, ma'am, मेरे को 1,000 per month continue करो, 4,000 into 12 into 5 एक साथ दे दो. Just give it to me together. Say it's 2,40,000. Just a tentative. Give me together. This is called lump sum. So for government employees, commuted or lump sum pension is exempt. Non-government employees, are you receiving gratuity? Then 1/3 of 100% commuted pension is exempt. Not receiving gratuity, half of 100% of the commuted pension is exempt. Non-government 1/3, government non-government अगर gratuity मिल रही है तो 1/3, but half. Just listen carefully, dear students. 1/3 and half is not of 100% of commuted pension. Yeah, 1/3 or the half of 100% of commuted pension. Not suppose you have 60% of commuted pension 6 lakh. तो 100 मिला आपको 6 लाख ही, बट 100% कितना होगा आपका 10 लाख. तो 10 lakh का 1/3 if gratuity is received, 10 lakhs ka half if gratuity is not received. So 1/3 is exempt not of what you have received, 100% of the pension. That's all about gratuity. If you check one problem now, it will be clear, but अब उतना time नहीं है. एक देखना है फिर भी क्योंकि pension आता है. Yeah. Bajaj retires from central government and he gets 3,000 per month till January. Monthly pension to central government may be taxable hai, 3,000 into 10. February and March he gets 1/3 encash lump sum. तो 1/3 encash किया 1st February को, 3,000 का 1/3 1,000. अभी भी 2,000 he is getting monthly, no. Only 1/3 he took lump sum. And lump sum is exempt because he's a central government employee. Chalo, next. Amani receives on October 22. He retires. He gets 2,000 pension till October 23. So uncommuted pension is April to October 14,000. With effect from 1st November, he gets 60% encashed. 2,000 का 60% बोला, give me lump sum. So remaining 40%, that is 800, is still he's getting monthly. He was getting 2,000, 60% ही encash, तो 40% तो monthly मिल ही रहा है ना. ठीक है. That is 800 into 5. चलो. So this you are getting as uncommuted pension, 18,000. Now, how much it is encashed? 30,000. But that is 60% is 30,000. 100 कितना होगा? 50. So 50 का 1/3 will be exempt if he receives gratuity. If he is not receiving gratuity, then 50 ka half. Now, one thing you remember, I have worked out with both the options for practice. In exam, you work out only with the option which is asked to you. Clear to all of you? चलो. लीव सैलरी, छुट्टी जो आपकी जमा है, या लीव सैलरी, there is a change in the limit. Till last year it was 3 lakhs, now it is 25 lakhs. They may ask you. So leave salary is exempt from tax least of the following. Leave allowed as per 30 days per year. You have worked for 20 years. So 30 days into 20. 600 days ki chutti allowed hai. But you have already availed 450 days. 150 days are still pending, no? Now you can take it. So leave at credit. Leave allowed maximum as per 30 days. Leave availed maybe 45 days, 60 days, जो भी actual है, and balance at credit. 10 months average salary. Government limit was 3 lakh, now it is 25 lakhs, and leave encashed received. Yeah, least. Next. एक एक कॉन्सेप्ट के बाद उनकी प्रॉब्लम है. आई एम रिवाइजिंग द कॉन्सेप्ट एंड यू कैन रीड इट. Rest two are okay. You can do it very quickly. Retrenchment compensation. It is 5 lakh limit, 15 by 26 into average of last 3 months into completed years and actual amount received. तो 5 lakh उसकी limit है retrenchment की. VRS देखो, if I am the owner, VRS is deductible 1/5. But for employee, how much is exempt? Voluntary, before retirement he is going. Last salary drawn into 3 into completed years. Last salary drawn into remaining months of service, whichever is lower. ठीक है. और 5 lakh. Basic DA commission, that's the definition. What's the government limit for retrenchment compensation? 3 lakh. For VRS, sorry, 5 lakh. Here also 5 lakh. 3 lakh to leave salary ka tha, which is now changed to 25 lakhs. That's all with all the retirement benefit. And if they ask you problem together, you can write like this. Gratuity received less exempt working note 2. Leave salary received less exempt working note 3. हाँ? और स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन तो आपको देना पड़ेगा और वर्किंग नोट में यू कैन मेक ऑल द डिटेल्स. Okay, this table we have done earlier also. 4 types of PF we are discussing. First one is statutory provident fund. As per the PF Act 1952, employees contribution exempt, employee ATC में cover होगा, interest exempt, lump sum exempt. तो ये clear है. अब PPF में you can put for yourself, your spouse and children. Finish. So employer cannot put the money in PPF. Employee can put and claim deduction maximum up to 1,50,000. PPF interest is exempt. Still we write a note in income from other source. Lump sum is exempt. Now, these two are only mostly asked in exam and RPF. तो I'll tell you the pitfall जहाँ पे गड़बड़ होती है. देखो, पहले आप provision पढ़. How much employer can contribute to recognized provident fund? 12% of the salary. What is the definition of salary? Basic DA commission. But if employer has contributed basic ka 18%, you can't say ma'am 12% allowed, 6% taxable. No. Employer has contributed basic ka 18%. Allowed is basic, DA or commission ka 12%. This is the googly. Followed or not? फिर से एक बार. Employer has contributed basic का 18% into RPF, but employee basic, DA, commission का 12%. Ma'am, but he contributed basic, so can we take 12% only of basic? No, you have to take 12% of basic, DA, commission. ठीक है? Remaining will become taxable. Deduction for ATC is available. Interest in RPF is exempt up to 9.5%. Remaining is taxable. Lump sum payment. Exempt from tax in some cases, we are not exempt from. Okay. Generally RPF is exempt. अगर वो 5 साल हो गए, उतना detail condition में जरूरत नहीं है चले. Most dangerous out of the 4 PF is URPF. Employees contribution, though it is unrecognized, exempt. Jao, so jao. ATC not eligible because it's unrecognized. Interest abhi to exempt. Now, when you receive lump sum, everything becomes taxable. Employer's contribution and interest thereon. देखो, पहले तो employee का खुद का contribution. Employee himself has put in unrecognized provident fund 1 lakh and he is getting 1,10,000. So 1 lakh to exempt है, 10,000 interest is taxable. Are you all with me? 1 lakh. Employee himself has contributed to URPF, that he is receiving back own contribution, exempt. Interest taxable under other source. Employer you can't put the money in URPF, but employer's contribution and interest thereon will be taxable under profit in lieu of salary check. It's a waterfall. Employer, you are contributing to unrecognized provident fund, and on that you are putting interest also. All this will be taxable here. ठीक है? Lump sum amount withdrawn from the recognized conditions. Upper limit is there, contribution to RPF, National Pension Scheme, superannuation मिला के you can't contribute more than 7,50,000 by employer. Employer can individually put in RPF up to 12% of salary, 80 CCD 10%, superannuation fund 150. But sub मिला के it should not exceed 7,50,000. Now related sums you can check. If you're watching this recording, pause the video, check the sum, then go to the next concept. Agniveer Corpus Fund. This is funding related to army. Employers' contribution to Agniveer Corpus Fund. ये मैंने पूरा टेबल फॉर्म में दिया है. Central government. Employers' contribution to Agniveer Corpus Fund. Deduction is allowed irrespective of your going in default tax regime or normal tax regime. But employee himself, who is in army, he contributes to the Agniveer Corpus Fund. Then deduction he will get only if he is filing the return in normal tax regime. I want to repeat, employee's contribution to Agniveer Corpus, 80 CCH1 में deduction मिलेगा if he opts out of 115 BAC. Employer का दोनों जगह मिलेगा. Now all the allowances, entertainment, DA, ये वो fixed allowances are fixed amount. आप बीमार पड़ो या नहीं पड़ो, 1,000 per month we will give you medical allowance, taxable. Some allowance which are given to high court judges, UNOs, they are exempt. These are the ones which are exempt and limited. तो पहले HRA देखते हैं. इसका सेक्शन याद करना है आपको. House rent allowance section 1013A. 13A is the clause. House rent allowance. So your employer is giving you house rent allowance. फिर आप आंटी के घर में रहो, आप नेबर के साथ रहो, आप पप्पा के घर में रहो, और आप सही में रेंटेड हाउस में रहो. So how much deduction you will get? Rent paid minus 10% of the salary. In metros, 50% of salary, otherwise 40% of the salary. And third is actual HRA. Least is exempt. What is definition of salary? कभी भी आंसर में पहले calculate you should do definition of salary for HRA. Same. Basic DA in terms of retirement and commission. So how much is deduction you will get for HRA? Rent paid minus 10% of salary, 50% of salary, or actual allowance received. है. आप कोई भी sum solve कर लो. Base देखो. Start your working note with definition of salary. Rent paid minus 10% of salary. 50% of salary if it is metro. Actual, whichever is least, is exempt under section 1013A. Remaining will become taxable. Even if you receive advance rent and all, it will be taxable advance salary. But आप calculation के लिए नहीं दोगे HRA के. Yeah. Specific allowance which are exempt, उसमें जो 3 bold में है वो याद कर लो बस है. Children education allowance 100 per month per child up to 2 children. Hostel expenditure 3 per month per child up to 2 children. And transport allowance is exempt now only for handicapped disabled person who has to go to government hospital and get a certificate that he is disabled. 3,200 per month. Transport allowance, not for others. Other than this, suppose if they give you uniform allowance, 50,000, and you spend 30,000 for uniform only, so you can deduct over there. It's a nice sum with all the allowances. You can do problem number 22. Now comes perquisite. Third part of this. Retirement benefit हो गया. Allowance तो बहुत छोटा सा है. Perquisite. Perquisites are benefit received in kind. So you have to convert it into money terms to make it taxable. Okay, right. So some perquisites are exempt, like telephone provided at home, goods sold, gym और बाकी सब facility, accident insurance, group insurance, life insurance is taxable. बाकी interest on loan, interest free loan given up to 20,000. Laptop and computer given to employee for official as well as personal use. कंपनी आपको लैपटॉप दे रही है तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं. कंपनी is giving you video camera, then it's going to be taxable. So it's a simple list. Leave travel assistant. This outrightly it is asked in MCQs. What is leave travel assistant? In a calendar 4 years. Calendar year means January to December. 22, 23, 24, 25. So in the calendar of 4 years, twice you can go to home with your family. And if your ticket fare is paid by your employer, it is exempt. Airways, economy class, train, first class AC, or recognized transport, deluxe buses and all. So twice you can go in block of 4 LND. If you didn't take any holiday, one holiday will lapse, next will be carried forward. उसके बाद के block में you can go thrice. Okay, right. So maximum amount of exemption is cost of travel. You can't take fake expenditure. You have to give bills. Yeah. And for whom expenditure is allowed? Spouse, children, dependent, parents, brother and sister. Child in always include stepchild and adopted child. Now अब ये गूगली है जो एग्जाम में पूछते हैं, इतना irrelevant है but फिर पूछते हैं. Children born out of multiple birth after first child will be treated. First single child, then twins. So twins will be treated as single और तीनों का air ticket exempt होगा. First only twins, तो 2 children हो गए. Third single child, not allowed. Only for 2 it is allowed. Okay. And if you have actually not gone, तो पूरा taxable हो जाएगा. समझ में आ रहा है? Give some response, all clear or not? CMA students also, if you're watching the marathon for the repeated revision, then comment below the video. That helps me कि कितने लोग इसको follow कर रहे हैं और समझ में आ रहे हैं. Done. Next marathon we are doing deductions and all the topics. इसको जल्दी से पूरा करते हैं. Yeah, medical facility कभी कभी आता है. Medical facility allowances is तो fully taxable. Facility is you are getting treatment in hospital maintained by your employer or government hospital, exempt. Medical treatment for specific diseases, HIV and cancer and leprosy, exempt. Group insurance policy taken by employer for you, exempt. Accident insurance, exempt. Life insurance, taxable. मैं तीनों को एक साथ बता रही हूँ because this is very confusing. Any expenses incurred by employer on the medical treatment abroad, travel and stay of the patient and attendant. If the employer is sending you abroad for treatment along with one more person, so your travel and all permitted by RBI tak exempted. Parents, brothers and sisters medical expense only if they are dependent on, otherwise fully taxable. COVID related, if you get reimbursement, no problem. But if you get excess, then reimbursement to exempt, taxable. Rent-free accommodation, there's a major change now. This has come in the middle of the year. 1st of October से है, वो date missing है यहाँ. But ये है, if the population is up to 15 lakhs, 5% rent-free accommodation. 15 lakhs to 40 lakhs, 7.5. Above 40 lakhs, 10% of the salary. But for rent-free accommodation, salary means basic, DA, bonus, commission, fees, all other taxable allowance. What do you mean by taxable allowance? Uniform allowance received exempt itna. Children education allowance received exempt and balance itna. That's why even if they give you rent-free accommodation first, you should calculate it last. Okay? So for house provided at concessional rate और ये सब ठीक है. कैसे करना है मैं आपको बताती हूँ पहले तो. What is definition of salary? Say again please because it's important. Rent free accommodation. Say with me. Basic, DA terms of retirement wala, bonus, commission, taxable allowance, any monetary payment. which is chargeable to tax. How much? 10% of salary, or if the employer has also taken it on rent, company ने भी किसी से rent पे लिया है, तो 10% of salary or rent paid, whichever is lower. Yes, and for furniture, add 10% of the cost of the furniture or actual rent paid. Now don't say whichever is lower. अगर furniture rent पे लिया है, cupboard, sofa, washing machine, तो rent. ओनरशिप पे लिया है एसी माइक्रोवेव, देन 10%. ठीक है, राइट. चलो. Yeah, please, in the definition of rent free accommodation, I'm repeating, you take basic, DA, bonus, commission, taxable allowance, all. Don't take perquisites. Don't take वो क्या कहते हैं आपका रिकॉग्नाइज प्रोविडेंट फंड, टैक्सेबल पार्ट, वो नहीं लेंगे बेटा. ठीक है. And if it is given at concessional rate, means I didn't give you the whole free, but I'm charging some rent from my employee. So just calculate rent free accommodation as if it's completely free. Say 12,000. Pen ko kya ho gaya? And suppose from employee we are charging 6,000. Now remaining 6,000 will become taxable. Okay. Yeah. Come on. Now. So rent free accommodation is clear now. It's 10%. Earlier it used to be 15%. So if you're studying from old books, change it. Chalo. Now some other perquisites. Suppose if employer gave you loan 1 lakh rupees at 5%, SBI rate on the first day was 8%. Then 3% is the benefit flowing to employee from employer. Add it as a perquisite. If employer is giving you loan up to 20,000, no problem. Beyond that, taxable. Employer is giving you any asset to use other than laptop, motor car, computer. इसको छोड़ के अगर एम्प्लॉयर आपको कोई असेट देते हैं, लैपटॉप, मोटर कार, कंप्यूटर, या राइट, देन 10% not on the WDV, on the original cost. It's like depreciation you have to bear. एम्प्लॉयर ने आपको कैमरा दिया, वीडियो कैमरा 10,000 का, तो उसका 10% 1000 will be the requisite, but it is 10% per annum. So if he gives from 1st July, then 1000 into 9 by 12 month wise. Now employer has given for use to employee any asset 10%. तब तो easy है. Employer is giving to employee asset, transfer ही कर दे रहे हैं. So what is the actual cost to employer? Suppose it's a Harley Davidson bike, 3 lakh. Now 10% of actual cost for each completed year. Only completed year ना. थर्ड ईयर में 4 ही तो दिन बाकी थे मैम, तो नहीं लेंगे. एम्प्लॉयर ने हाउ मेनी इयर्स इट इज यूज्ड बाय एम्प्लॉयर, सो से 2 years. सो 3 लाख का 10% इज 30,000. 30,000 into 2 years तो एम्प्लॉयर ने यूज किया. सो द डे ही गेव हार्ले डेविडसन टू हिज एम्प्लॉय, द वैल्यू वाज 240 and he gave to employee in 2 lakh. So what is the perquisite or benefit? वैसे the value was 240, he gave in 2 lakh. So 40,000 is the value of the perquisite by employer to employee. So it will become taxable. Just 2 minutes, huh? Please continue. Everyone is not used to of taking this very long class. Anyhow, we'll complete it in the link. So if employer has given Harley Davidson to employee of 3 lakh, say it's 10% depreciation for 2 years is 60,000. The day I transferred to employee, the value was 240. But I gave it to my employee for 2 lakhs. So 40,000 is the perquisite. Now rate of depreciation for motor car, you have to take 20% WDV, computers 50%. These are not the rates as per block of asset method. This is only for calculation of the perquisite. Motor car 20% WDV, computer 50% WDV, other assets 10% SLM. ठीक है? Right. Any other your electricity bills and all paid by employer पूरा taxable होगा. इस वक्त तो आपको already capital gain में ही बता दिया था हमने. Right? That what will be taxable. Your credit card bills, all taxable. Non-monetary benefits, perquisites you can say. Employer may at his option pay income tax on the perquisites. One, though you are giving perquisite to employee, and on that tax also you are paying. This tax is disallowed in the hands of the employer. तो employer ही tax दे रहा है, तो employee के हाथ में this is not going to be taxable. Okay, right. So that's all for all the perquisites. They are very easy. And do tell me, is this continuous working good, or 3 topics in the morning, then prepare that, and then evening again come live? What is more suiting you? Tomorrow we can do accordingly. Yes. Yeah, for the same employee, they can ask you, give them HRA or give them RFA and work out which is beneficial. Please solve this problem. Problem number 36, bit by bit, what is going to be taxable? Now, last part for the salary chapter, we have finished with allowances, perquisites, all. And the last part right now is car, motor car. Owned by employer, expenses are also paid by employer, official use not problem, personal तो पूरा taxable हो जाएगा employee के हाथ में. Employer की car, expenditure also by employer, partly used here and there. Then CC if less than 1.6, small car 1800 per month, else 2400 per month, and add 900 per month for driver. This is flat taxable. This has been asked in the MTP also now 2024 May में. हाँ, car employer की है, expenditure is done by employee. Then up to 1.6 liters 600 900, यहाँ 18 और 2400, 600 और 900, ड्राइवर तो है. कार एम्प्लॉय की, employer is doing only the expense, then actual amount of expenditure done by employer, because it's partly used for business, partly used for personal. So say employer has spent 60,000 minus this amount, जो remaining amount आएगा that will become, say 1800 into 12. छोटी कार है. Employer is doing all the expenditure. That is 60,000. But it is coming 1800 into 12. So this is exempt and remaining is becoming taxable. 38. Nice. Clear to all of you? Right. One problem I have worked out, see, with all the options of motor car. So you can check. Yes. One last concept. They are many times asking the pay scale grading system. So the pay scale grading system is if you have joined in January 22 with 50,000, that 551. इसका मतलब क्या है? Every year your salary will increase from 500 from January. So January 22 to December 22, 50,000. January 23 to December 23, it will be 50,500 and so on. Followed. So what will be the salary from April 23 to December 23? 50,500 into 9. He joined in January. Up January 24 say March 24, what will be the salary? 50,000. So what is basic salary? This they can ask you in the MCQ. Okay, right. देखो यहाँ पे भी है. He joined in January. So whole 23 the salary will be 20,000. और 24 में the salary will become 21,000. है ना? ठीक है. All right. Keyman insurance policy. Important employees के लिए employer is taking that. So Keyman insurance policy. If this Keyman insurance policy is taken by employer and benefit is given to his family members, income from other source, to employee, then salary, or he himself keeps the benefit, who? Employer, then business income. ठीक है? Right. Arrears of salary. This is a nice concept that suppose if I'm getting all the 2-3 years increased salary in 1 year, I may come in the higher slab. So I'm ready to pay the tax, but on this arrears at the same rate, ये कभी कभी आता है लेकिन आता है उसी साल में. But ma'am, we were not student in those years. They'll give you the tax rates. Don't worry. They'll give you the tax rates. ये देखो यहाँ दिए हैं. ये गलती से नीचे आ गया है, ये ऊपर आएगा. तो टैक्स रेट्स आपको दे दिए हैं. One second, I'll teach one problem orally. If I share also, it will be very clear. चलो देखो कैसे. Chehek an employee, she is receiving 5,52,000 salary. Okay, and arrears of salary not included above is 45,000. This is related to 1920 when the income was 70,000. And she has put money in PPF also. So what is her income right now this year? 5,02,000. हाँ, but she received 1920 का extra income arrears now 45,000. Add कर दो. So what is the total income with arrears? 547. What is excluding arrears? 5,02,000. So what is the excess income? You can say 45,000. Yeah, we are ready to pay tax on 45,000, but had this arrear been received in 70,000, तब क्या tax होगा देखेंगे, right? Now, they have given the tax rates also of that same year. Yeah. So, what is the tax on 547? I have calculated in working note 1. या नहीं किया? नहीं तो tax calculation we usually do in the working notes. Here also I have calculated the tax. So can you calculate the tax on 5,47,000? Yeah, right. It's coming to 22. What's the tax on 5,02,000? Normal tax regime. 0 to 215 and 250 के बाद इतना with ECESS, huh? So what is the excess tax? Are you getting? What's the tax on 547A? What's the tax on 5,02,000? 547 पे 22,000 आ रहा है, 5,02,000 पे 13 आ रहा है. What is excess tax? 9360. I am ready to pay excess tax, but according to that year 1545. Why I should pay now? So I want a relief of 7815 from this. Actually, please check the salary chapters routine class. मुझे लग रहा है इसको अभी करेंगे तो सैलरी का जो क्लास है ना 13 क्लास लिए थे, तो थर्ड क्लास में पूरा प्रॉब्लम राइटिंग में प्रैक्टिस किया. अच्छा, that year my income was 70,000. If I would have received arrears 115. अब 115 पे कितना टैक्स हो रहा है? इतना. और 70 पे तो टैक्स ही नहीं है. तो आई एम नॉट सेइंग कि आई विल नॉट पे द टैक्स on this arrears, but had I received that time I would have paid 1545 extra tax. Now I'm ma'am marginal relief की तरह है. Okay, right. See, this is a table. I think now because I've done individually I can skip as of now. If you have any doubt you can ask me. Definition of salary भी मैंने दिया है टेबल में. Entertainment allowance basic, covered under gratuity act basic and all DA. All the retirement benefits, HRA, recognized provident fund, basic DA and commission. Rent-free accommodation, basic DA, commission, bonus. This is all gist of definition of salary and all retirement benefits. That's all. Another 15 minutes. Quickly do income from other sources only, gist which is important. I'll revise for all of you. What is not taxable in the four heads? It's like 10:15 to 3:15. 5 hours are over and 30 minutes break we have taken. So let's just do in the coming 10 minutes. Last part, that is income from other sources. It's not just ki bacha kucha what is not taxable in all the heads is going to be taxable here. There are some specific incomes also which are taxable in income from other sources. Okay. For example, board of directors, whenever they attend meetings, sitting fees. Agricultural income in India is exempt, but when you receive from outside India, dividend, bank interest, all these are the incomes which are going to be taxable in income from other sources. Very important is whenever lottery income is there, casual income is there, interest income is there, you may get net amount in your hand, but you have to gross it up. Okay, so do grossing up so that you get the correct answer. Before beginning this chapter, the problem in the top 50 questions which you have to mark is this. Same question is repeated twice. So if time permits, we'll do that. Seventh wala sum. So what are the incomes which are specifically chargeable? Lottery, puzzle. In this added is online gaming. Online gaming पे TDS भी deduct होता है, तो even if you get 70%, you have to gross up, and gross income is taxable in income from other sources. All the dividends, interim dividend, final dividend, deemed dividend, all is taxable here. Interest on securities. Subletting. I am a tenant having a hospital. In that part, a corner I have given on rent to a chemist, a canteen wala. That income is taxable in other source. Family pension, very important for MCQ. 1/3 or 15,000, whichever is lower. Directors' sitting fees, interest on bank deposits. Agricultural income in India is exempt, but if you receive from outside India, it will always be taxable under income from other sources. Undisclosed income, whenever there's raid and survey, and if say 2 crore rupees are caught up from the home, can you say, yes sir, this 2 crore rupees is my black money, but I have earned it in last 5 years and it's my business income, related to that I have done this expenditure, please allow? No. Okay, at least allow me basic exemption 2,50,000. No. Can you say how much undisclosed income is taxable at what rate? So many times they are asking in MCQs. And it's always taxable. See, when 2 crore rupees are recovered from an SSC's home, there is nothing written over it कि rental income है या capital gain है. Income is income. Whenever money or undisclosed investments or expenditure are recovered, it's always going to be taxable at 78%. 60% tax, 25% surcharge, and 4% cess. Income tax refund is not income, but interest on income tax refund is always taxable in other source. Yes. If you pay LIC premium more than 10% of the policy value in a single year, if you pay premium on maturity, this policy amount is taxable in other source. Please remember, if it is a ULIP, unit linked insurance policy, it will be taxable under capital gain. Otherwise, here. Remuneration which is received by MPs and MLAs is taxable in other source. But what allowances they are receiving is exempt under section 10, clause 17. Very important for MCQs. It's not everything is exempt. Only allowances which are received by MPs and MLAs, telephone allowance, conveyance, whatever allowances, that's exempt. But their remuneration is taxable in others. Why not salary? Because there is no employer-employee relationship between MPs, MLAs, and government. Whenever your property is compulsorily acquired by government and you fight for the compensation, they give you enhanced compensation and interest because they give you compensation late after 2 years of fight. So that interest on enhanced compensation, 50% deduction you have to give. Yeah, this is also very common. If the property is sold and you have taken the token amount and then the deal is cancelled, then the token amount forfeited is taxable as income from other sources. Advance money forfeited. You can't say, ma'am, this is so related to capital gain. Capital gain में तभी entry मिलेगी when you have transferred the property. अभी तो deal is cancelled. Okay, right. Gift received from unrelated person above 50,000 by individual and HUF, entire amount is taxable. Clear? So this 50,000 by individual and HUF from all the people, 6 of the students are giving me 10,000 gift. It is 60,000. Will it be exempt because for each one the limit is 10,000? No, but I have received gift from unrelated person above 50,000, fully taxable. Okay, ma'am, if it is taxable 60, 50 तक तो exempt करो नहीं होता. Once the amount exceeds 50,000, whole of it is taxable. Unless it is exempt if you receive gift from family members. Dadaji has given the gift, father is giving the gift to son, mother is giving to daughter-in-law, in relatives exempt, or on the occasion of marriage exempt. These are all exemptions. Under a will, you are the only legal heir. So everything will come to you, whether you call it transfer or gift, it is exempt. In contemplation of death, or because you're a topper in 10th class, 12th class, from your society, your samaj, your trust, charitable trust or registered trust, you get gifts in kind or in cash, then that is exempt provided it is given by charitable trust. Other than this, all are taxable. Okay, right. So many times post-COVID, if there is any incidents, the employers have reimbursed the money to employee. So up to actual expenditure, it is exempt. Excess will be taxable here. This question is really very nice. Huh? Lalit, a dealer in shares, has entered into transaction. He has received a motor car as gift from his friend Sunil on occasion of marriage. नहीं है, marriage anniversary है, तो क्या हो जाएगा? Taxable हो जाएगा. Right. Okay, but this is a gift of motor car. So here it is only property asset with specifically 1 minute. I miss telling you all the definition of property. Property includes land, building, shares, security, jewelry, collection, drawings, paintings, all excluding motor car. And they gave the exclusion. So this will be exempt. Cash gift 21,000 from 4 friends. Taxable 84,000. Land at Jaipur. Yeah, very important. If the stamp duty value of the property is 6 lakhs, okay, and land was acquired, land at Jaipur as a gift from friend, and stamp duty value was 6 lakh. Land was acquired by her in 2001 and 2 for 2 lakhs. So even if they have gifted you land, it's going to be taxable and stamp duty value will be taxable. Now listen, this is a seller. He has sold the property to a buyer in 85 lakhs. But they went to registrar's office and the value of the land was 100 lakhs. So seller has recovered from the buyer only 85 lakhs. We will do this in the TDS chapter also tomorrow. Seller has recovered from the buyer only 85 lakhs. Whereas the stamp duty value is 100 lakhs. Ma'am, we know that for the seller, stamp duty value will be taken as sale consideration under section 50C. That's right. But here, buyer will also come into the trap. Buyer, if the stamp duty value of the property is 100 lakhs, why did you sell? He sell you in 85 lakhs. So in the hands of the buyer, this will be taxable as 15 lakhs income from other sources. Very important. Take your time. Ask me doubts if you have in this point. Just 5-10 minutes and this topic will be done. Clear? For the seller, the sale consideration for capital gain will be 100 lakhs. But buyer, why did you pay 85 lakhs for a property jiska stamp duty value is 100 lakhs? Means 15 lakhs you have got a gift from seller. It will be taxable in income from other sources. Property to aata hi hai na? Right. Okay. Very beautiful concept is, suppose you take loan from someone and you invest in share market and you get dividend. So this dividend is received is 15,000. Okay, but you have taken loan 1 lakh at the rate of 10%. So interest paid is 10,000 and you receive dividend in peanuts, that is 15,000. How much interest is allowed to be deducted? 20% of the dividend. That is 3,000. But ma'am, we have genuinely paid 10,000 interest. 7,000 will lapse. Deduction for interest on loan taken to invest in the share market is allowed interest as deduction. Dividend receives 20%. That's it. Okay. And company के लिए ये deduction है, आपके लिए तो applicable नहीं है 18. You always need to gross up. Whenever minor's income is clubbed in the hands of the parent, irrespective of 2, 3, 4 children, for every minor, parent will get exemption under section 1032, 1,500 per child. And all the interest, saving account interest, FD interest, RD interest, all the interest are taxable in income from other sources. But if it is post office saving account interest, single account, up to 3,500, it is exempt. Joint account up to 7,000 exempt hai. Iske beyond up to 10,000, they will get a deduction under 80 TTA. And if he's a senior citizen, 50,000 80 TTB. This should be by-hearted like anything because this repeatedly comes in total income questions also. Now, you know, income from other sources, you can say it is very, very simple. How much is allowed and disallowed? 1 second. There are only 2 sections here. 56 says what is allowed as income. 57 says expenditure related to income are allowed. Like just now I told you, family pension, 1/3 deduction, interest on enhanced compensation, 50% deduction. ये सब तो मिलेगा, but what will not be allowed is a small list in 58. One line answer for this is, what is disallowed in business head is disallowed in other source. Their payment in cash in a 10,000 in a single day you cannot make above 10,000. Same here. To relatives you can pay brokerage commission salary but reasonable. Same here. Right. Casual income is taxable in income from other sources and no emotions. I am a housewife and I have just got 4 lakh rupees income from KBC. Can I say 2.5 lakh basic exemption though nahi milta? Coming and going from here to Mumbai, traveling, lodging, boarding, staying expenses, nothing is deductible in casual income, no expenditure, no deduction. Okay, I have put 1,50,000 PPF. No, flat 30% it is going to be taxable. This I'll explain in the deductions tomorrow. Okay? Right. This is a very small concept. They say that if private companies issuing the shares at premium, okay, above the fair market value of the shares, then excess is treated as income for the private company. Private company shares are issued at 100. Fair market value is 120. You have issued at premium only 20. But still actual issue price is 130, then 10 rupees will be treated as income. Different examples are given. Okay. Now there are 4 to 5 cases wherein the company is, see, whenever company gives you dividend, it is income for the shareholder. But indirectly, what is dividend actually? Company has earned 50 lakhs profit. 10 lakhs they are distributing to shareholders in the form of dividend. 40 lakhs profit they flow back in the business. That 40 lakhs profit is accumulated profit. So 50 lakhs profit earned by company belongs to whom? Shareholders. They are the owners of company. So only 10 lakh is distributed, which 20% dividend they'll give. 40 lakhs they will flow back in the business because they need money. The more they earn, the more they want to expand and they need money. Okay. But whenever out of 40 lakhs accumulated profit, directly or indirectly, anything is given to the shareholder, okay, then it will be treated as deemed dividend. For example, company is closing, liquidation, bye bye. Now, this 40 lakhs is accumulated profit of shareholder, you take it home. So out of accumulated profits, if the company is giving anything to shareholder in cash or in kind, it will be treated as deemed dividend. Just refer one class of income from other sources, all this 5 with example I have explained. But very important, boldly I have written out of accumulated profits. Because accumulated profit, whether it be given in the form of dividend or in the form of asset or at the time of liquidation or anyways, it will be treated as deemed dividend. Okay? Yeah, very important is when I have told you the format. If they ask you business income, net profit, add less. If they ask you capital gain, sale consideration. Yeah, income from other sources. Right? Now, if they ask you income from other sources, just go on writing like this. Suppose interest on PPF is exempt. यहीं पे लिख दो. If not, you have to remember and write a note afterwards. Saving account of post office is exempt up to 3,500. So rather than writing notes below, that will take time. You can write there itself in inner column and exempt. Okay? Right. This is a problem which is repeatedly asked for deemed dividend. So let us solve it. Rahul is having 28% equity shares. More than 10% if you hold the shares in a company, it is like substantial interest. Now, he has taken loan 5 lakh from the company. On the date of granting the loan, the company has accumulated profit of 4 lakh. The company is engaged in manufacturing activity. Okay. Is the amount of loan taxable as deemed dividend in the hands of Rahul if the company is a company in which public is interested? Can public company give the loan to shareholder? Yes. This is not taxable. It's not deemed dividend. What would be your answer if it is a lending company, is a private company? Yes. Then even if they have given loan to the shareholder out of accumulated profit, it will be treated as income. But loan given is 5 lakh. Out of accumulated profit is 4 lakh. So in the second case, yes. If it is a private company, it is treated as deemed dividend up to 4 lakh. Third case, if Rahul repaid the loan, still, if it is a private company giving loan to their shareholder who is having substantial interest, out of accumulated profit, it will be treated as income. If the private company is a finance company, उनका काम ही है loan देना in their routine trade, then it is not taxable. Okay, read this once. If you have any doubt, you can ask me. So here we complete the first part of the marathon. Let me know. Your feedback matters a lot. So even if you're watching as recording, because the same is applicable for CMA students also. Okay, so let me know all the things are clear or not. If you have any doubt, then in the description Telegram link is there. So just click the picture, send me your message. I'll clear it with a voice note. Work very hard. Today evening, GST, two pages, small chapters are added this time, which are going to be asked in simple MCQs. TDS, TCS and GST. One is accounts and records, that you have to maintain the records for 6 years from the date of the annual return. Like this, very simple questions, chapters are there, which are in the routine class also over in one class. Return, registration, okay, tax invoice. What are the documents we use in GST? So tax invoice, if it is a composite supplier, then bill of supply, refund voucher, nothing to explain. So these procedural chapters, you do it in evening. 5 heads, what we have completed, do the problems today evening. Tomorrow we will start the class with TDS, TCS in accounts, along with all the past exam questions, deductions, and remaining all chotu chapter, that is clubbing and set off and all. Okay, right? सो स्टे एकदम फर्म कि जो भी है पढ़ाई करना है आज कंटिन्यू टेक गुड क्वालिटी गुड ब्रेक्स अगेन सिट बैक फॉर योर स्टडीज टेक केयर ऑफ योरसेल्फ सी यू ऑल टुमारो एट 10 o'clock